We're just stay on time. Just stay on time. Okay, we're going to get started here in a minute. Where's the camera? Is that the camera? Oh. Just curious, is it most everybody here from California? Anybody come in from out of California? Yeah, you guys. Okay. Hi, I'd like to welcome everybody this morning to our EB5 Funding, Securities, and Due Diligence Conference. I'd like to especially thank everybody who attended here live today. Thank you for coming in. And also I'd like to thank all of our webinar audience for coming, for attending through the webinar. A few notes. If you miss any portion of the webinar, or for the people who are here live and want to hear a replay, we'll be offering replays of the conference online streaming. So you'll be able, so don't worry if you're not able to attend. We've actually extended the program. We have a distinguished guest with us from China, so we've extended the program slightly to accommodate some of Jason's remarks. I think you'll find them all very informative, and he'll describe some of the issues in China right now with marketing and funding projects. So the program is extended till 2 o'clock Eastern, and we have only a few short breaks. So for the people who are watching by webinar, I know you're probably in the office and busy. If you have to take client calls or have meetings, it's not a problem. You'll be able to stream this live at a later date. So let me, and another note, if any of you have questions, please feel free to send them in to us. Dwight Cromie, who left the room just for a minute, I'll get Dwight to come in. He's our co-sponsor of the event, EB5 Investment Report. So I'll get Dwight to come in and give us some instructions on how to send in. We may not have time to answer all of the questions today, but absolutely we would love to get any questions that you have either here, if you're here in the audience, if you could do me a favor, if you have any questions, write them and send them up to us. We'll try to address them. If we can't get to the questions today, we'll try to get to them in person to you via email. So for the people who are watching by webinar, if you have any questions, Dwight, if you could come just for a minute so I can introduce you to the audience. I just mentioned, if any of the webinar people are listening in and they have questions, do you have some idea how they can send them to us?
I'm looking into that right now.
Okay. Dwight Cromie, he's the head of EB5 Investment Report. It's one of the premier sources of information about what's happening in the program. They do an extensive amount of interviews with leaders in the field, both service providers as well as regional center operators. Dwight, you want to say anything about Investment Report? He's camera shy. He runs all the camera work, but he's camera shy. But so EB5 Investment Report is one of our co-sponsors. Another co-sponsor, Notman Financial. So many people will be discussing quite a bit about securities issues. John Tischler is here with Shepard Mullen. He'll be talking about that. For people in our industry who are interested in becoming registered with FINRA, they are one of the firms that we work with quite extensively to help people get registered, and they're an excellent financial service provider. They do the exam preparation for the people wanting to become registered. So I want to thank our sponsors for that. Talk a little bit about our agenda and the speakers. So as I mentioned, from China, we're pleased to have a distinguished VIP guest, Jason Lee. He's with CanSeen. CanSeen is one of the largest migration firms in China. I'm sure many of you, we have many regional center operators here. Many are familiar with CanSeen and with Jason. So I was just in China about a month ago addressing an audience of migration agents, and it's safe to say that the industry has changed substantially this past year from where we were just even 2 or 3 years ago, where the agents, the attorneys, the investors really did not question much of what was happening related to the project. They didn't do any due diligence. They weren't concerned about the claims or assertions made. Now, obviously, the atmosphere has changed considerably, so we'll have Jason come up and talk a bit about what is happening in China. That'll go till 10 o'clock. From 10 to 10:30, we're going to have a securities document review. CrowdCheck is going to be joining us in remotely, I hope, if all the technical issues work. So CrowdCheck will be coming in and discussing securities documents compliance. Then we're going to do a slight change from our schedule. At 10:30, we're going to ask Denise and Nick with fund administration to come up and discuss why fund administration and compliance, doing reviews, financial reviews for investors and for managing regional center projects and other financial aspects is so important, and really assessing giving information to the investors as to what's happening within the project. So they'll come up at 10:30 and discuss that. Then we're going to take a short break at 11. At 11 o'clock, we'll have Michael Kester with Impact Data Source come up and do the economic assessment, the review of what they do with the economic impact analysis. After that, we're going to have John Ott join us from QPM discussing why on-site verification of the project compliance is so important. Then after that, we're going to have a joint panel, John with Shepard Mullen and Yvonne, who is a broker-dealer, will be coming up to discuss securities issues regarding the marketing, solicitation, and the raise in EB5 offerings. And then finally, if I haven't missed anybody, Don Wise with Turnbull Capital Group will be coming up to discuss interim project financing, bridge financing. So let me go ahead and start with my presentation. Okay. Due diligence. So really the purpose of this talk is I began my career in EB5 at about 2007, and I was asked by an immigration attorney to review some projects. At that time, there were about 13 regional centers, maybe 5 or 6 projects in the market, and she had asked me to review them to see if I could see any deficiencies or any issues of concern that might cause a problem for her clients down the road. And the one thing we have to know, my background is with Citibank, Citicorp Capital Markets. I spent a number of years bringing capital into projects, mostly large-scale infrastructure projects around the world. And you can see there are certain elements in these fundings, in the offering packages, that should be consistent in all funding, whether it's a $5 million project or a $500 million. And what I found was, in almost every case, there was no outside due diligence. Now, when I worked at Citicorp, we spent an enormous amount of time and resources looking into the project capability to actually produce an asset that was valuable to both investors and to the people who were going to use or utilize the asset. And in these cases, I found that there really had been almost no due diligence up front to see, one, was the asset required or necessary in the market? Was there any need for the asset? And two, what was the probability that it would generate the cash flows that were being predicted? We'll discuss probabilities of failure shortly, but one of the big problems in EB5 in particular is that for many of the developers and the projects looking for funding in EB5, there is no other form of outside capital that could come into assistance should cash flow or lack of capital become an issue. Yet in none of these cases did we see any kind of external third-party independent audit or firms verifying the claims being made by the developers. I thought this was rather curious at the time, and I commented to the attorney that this is highly unusual in my field of expertise, capital finance. I felt that not having independent external third parties verify the claims being made in the offering documents could be extremely problematic for the investors down the road. But as I came to find out, this was standard practice in our industry. I predicted then, and it's come true, that in many of these cases, what was being projected at the time of the offering and marketing would actually not turn into, become realized, would not lead to fruition. And so in the last few years, especially after the credit crisis in 2008, we've seen a number of projects have trouble realizing the projected cash flows, and in some cases have simply run out of capital to continue their development. This is extremely problematic, especially so in EB5, because as you know, if the projects are not able to completely become revenue cash flow producing, they're not going to be able to sustain their job creation. And certainly there's going to have a very difficult time returning capital to the investors. So we've been advocating for years due diligence, and these are some of the definitions of due diligence that you can see. The one point we say to whether it's the attorneys or the agents who are representing projects to their investors is that without doing appropriate due diligence, there's no way that you can estimate the risk of these projects. We talk about risk a lot, but what does risk mean? One thing we know is that if you're not able to measure and define the potential risk, you're not likely to inform your clients of what the risks are with these projects. And that's what we've seen for the most part, is that by and large, the immigration attorneys and promoters, marketing agents, the finders, are not disclosing to the investors what the risks are, either because they don't know what the risks are or they're not familiar with what the potential risk could be. With all of the offering documents, it's extremely important to understand that sometimes even what's disclosed as being a potential risk may not be the only risk. Oftentimes there's many undisclosed material facts which could be of extreme importance to your clients, but without disclosing this to the clients, they will not understand, again, the risks involved with what the potential problems are with the project achieving the two conditions that your clients will want to achieve, which is the removal of conditions at I-526, at I-29, and the return of principal or capital at term. This was some notes that I gave to the Entry-Exit Association in Beijing about a month ago, where I described what I saw as being potential problems with EB5 offerings. I illustrated 4 points, which I'm going to cover very briefly today, which I felt were the key problems associated with marketing EB5 projects, especially in China, but throughout, even in the United States and across the rest of the world. So the first one, the extremely small number of investments to choose from. So the average amount of equity investments in the United States every day is about $64 billion. EB5, the average raise is about $5 million. So on a percentage basis, it's not even, it's 0.001%. So it's insignificant. And my point to the audience was, in many cases, what they're seeing are projects which cannot get financed anywhere else. So sometimes it is a question of cost of capital. For developers who have other sources of capital, they can go to China to try to lower their costs in the capital stack. But I would say that's the minority. In many of the cases, we see projects with 100% EB-5 financing where they cannot get any other source of capital. And in that case, should, again, there be any delays in the development or operational capacity of the asset, they may simply run out of cash. Again, that's going to be extremely problematic if you're relying on any of the operational jobs or to try to exit and recoup the investment to the clients. The second point was the increased risk of default due to USCIS job constraints. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. The third, and I think for us the most important, was the poor independent lack of due diligence and risk analysis. And this is the key, and this is what we're going to talk about today with all of the group. Why having external third parties do independent research of the project to identify the risk, we feel is going to be key to marketing projects going forward. And then the reliance of false promises and claims from U.S. persons. It's not oftentimes even what people are saying, which is material, or could be material, it's sometimes what they're not telling you. So for the agents and the attorneys out there, there may be many factors involved with the construction or development of the asset which you may not be aware of, and the promoters are not advising you on, which, had you known, may cause you to reconsider investment in that. And I think part of what we're trying to do is assemble all of the material facts, disclosed and non-disclosed, and give your clients, the investors, a good assessment of the probability of successful outcomes. So speaking of possible outcomes, unlike typical investments, whether it's real estate, commodities, stocks and bonds, there's really only two outcomes. You either increase in value or you decrease at some point in time. With EB-5, there's actually 4 possible outcomes. And this is because of the job creation element. So for the clients who invest in EB-5, they're not investing for return, we know that. What they're investing for is the promise of a green card, an unconditional green card. Well, there's a risk that they might not get that. Right now it's about 80%, we'll go through the numbers. But beyond that, there's the compounded risk of not getting any return on the investment. So what we did is we tried to calculate the probabilities of failure to achieve either condition. These are some of the summary data from USCIS regarding I-526 approvals. These are the I-29 approvals, both about 80%. So from an immigration standpoint, it's relatively easy, or you should say 4 in 5 people, regardless of which project you invest in, will likely get their green card conditions removed. It's not a bad outcome. However, more problematic, the return of principal. And I would estimate that right now, over 95% of EB-5 investors have not seen a return or had any return of capital. And I think in the next few years, there's going to be a larger issue in our industry where clients have achieved the removal of conditions, they have the I-29 approvals, but they don't have any return of principal. And I think for the people who are already invested, I think this is going to become the main central point of contention and with their immigration attorneys and with the agents who told them 5 or 6 years ago they were going to get their money back. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, with data accumulated over decades, we see that a number of industries fail over time. We'll talk about the different asset classes that fail at a higher probability, but we can, using the average data in the industry, after about 5 years, only about 44% of the companies that were around in the beginning are still around. This shows you a breakdown of failure rates by asset classes and by industries. What's key to note here is that regardless of the industry, all asset classes fail at a certain rate. Some of them fail at a higher rate than others, so the analogy would be if your clients are going to invest, the question, where would they want to invest, in which asset classes? Some asset classes tend to be safer, have less of a failure rate, but all asset classes have failures. You can see from year to year, every year going forward, there's fewer and fewer companies. So what does that mean? Well, if your client's goal is to achieve both the removal of conditions and their money back, only about a third of the time is that going to be possible, according to statistics. So you could assume now for all of the EB5 investors, assuming one point in the near future we'll have 10,000 visas issued, only about a third of them are going to achieve the optimal conditions. This is a pie chart showing the breakdown for that. So 2/3 are not going to be happy in one form or another. This is the breakdown by probability of the 4 possible outcomes. So you can see again, regardless of what the outcome is, whether they get the I-29 conditions removed or they get their principal back, in about 2/3 of the cases there's going to be failure. The question is for the industry then, what to do? What are your options? How, assuming that you trust this data to be true, what can you do to improve if you're an immigration attorney or you're an agent or you're an investor? How can you improve the odds of finding the projects that will become successful in the long run? These are some pie charts illustrating. By the way, these slides were all put together by Jen Galperin. Jen is our quantitative analyst. She's a CFA, graduate MIT, very smart gal who's helped us put together this probability analysis. So what we're trying to do is use real-world data to give the people who are investing in this program a realistic understanding of what the likely chances of successful outcomes are. And when I showed these slides in China, I think there was a visible gasp. Yes?
Can we get copies to these?
Yes. Yes, we'll have these online. And
are you dealing with any of the issues here other than just China?
well,
Right now, we're dealing with 275 million, but none of it's coming out of China.
right. All of the concepts here apply equally across the board. China just happens to be, and Jason will tell you shortly, 80% of the funding in the world, probably maybe even more, comes from China. So a lot of you see, there's several regional center principals here. Usually their first stop when they achieve designation is to go to China for funding, but all of the principles apply equally. The second point that I wanted to make to the audience, and again, although this was related to my talk in China, is regarding due diligence, independent due diligence, and why we think that doing this will increase the probable outcomes, probable positive outcomes for the investors. And here's several reasons why. The most important for us, and the message that we were conveying, is that to do no risk analysis, simply as if you were to go to Las Vegas and throw your money on the table and take a spin of the wheel, is probably not the smartest or the best form for your clients to make an investment. But unfortunately, that's what's happening, because there's actually very little independent risk assessment being done on the projects. What we're proposing, and this is really the concept that we're trying to introduce to the industry, is doing a complete review of all aspects of the investment, as we say, from soup to nuts, from cradle to grave, from the beginning, from the conceptual stage until when the project finally exits. The way we think about doing this is doing a comprehensive, is working with the industry And this point I want to make very clear. We are not analyzing to say which projects are going to fail. We will look at projects to see which ones we think have a higher probability of failure given certain constraints. But there's ways that developers and the regional center operators can structure them to have higher probabilities of success. Now, this involves a team approach because as we see, there's about 5 stages of development that we're trying to work with the developers, the attorneys, these regional center operators to help ensure that the probabilities of successful outcome are going to be higher than if they don't adopt this process. Now, for the developers who are in the audience, what we'd like to point out is that the first 2 stages are critical. When you begin to do the design process, it's important to understand what the final outcome is, and then by working with certain service providers in the industry, they can give you a better assessment as to what conditions or what form the offering should take in order to project a higher potential probable successful outcome. Let me discuss 1 and 2 for now. So the first 2 steps are what we at U.S. Advisors focus on most, and I should take a minute to describe what it is that we do. So U.S. Advisors is a registered investment advisory firm. We are FINRA registered, and what we do as a firm is we give investment advice to potential investors looking where to put their capital for purposes of obtaining residency as well as for obtaining their return on the investment. So as financial advisors, we employ a large number of analysts, economists, and others to help us determine which projects are going to be the most successful. Ultimately, that's the question everybody wants to know. Can this project achieve the job creation requirements? Can it return the principal? So what we focus on as an investment advisory firm is to analyze all of the projects that are out there and try to determine which have the highest probabilities of successful outcome. To that effect, what we've done, since we cannot do everything in-house, we hire a number of consultants to help us do the analysis. But what we need to do is we partner with other service providers, several of which are here today, to do independent analysis to augment the research that we do. You'll hear in a little bit from Impact Data Source, Michael Kester, who's here, but we use a number of others. And the goal is for us to analyze the projects while they're still in the conceptual or in the permitting and funding phase. So generally speaking, there's the 5-point process, but generally speaking, there's about 3 phases in most commercial development. We're focused on commercial development. There's manufacturing and there's other industries, but essentially about 70–80% of EB5 is commercial development. But these principles apply to other industry asset classes. So in the first 2, you're going to have, or in the first phase, you're going to have the design and pre-capital investment funding phase. So you're going to put the offering documents together, you're going to come up with the concept for the asset development. You haven't actually done anything. There's not been any physical moving of dirt or construction. This is all in the funding and planning. So this is typically when the attorneys who refer clients to us will come in and say, here's 5 or 6 projects that our clients have been evaluating. Which ones do you think have the highest probable successful outcomes? So what we're doing is before there is any dirt or any construction activity, we're trying to determine far in the future which ones will have the highest successful outcome. And there's certain methods that we use to analyze that. Once that phase is complete, once the funding phase is done, the agents in China or the attorneys or the investors have decided where they want to invest. At that point, then it becomes capital deployment. Now, typically at this stage, everybody loses track of what's happening, and we'll talk about that phase in just a minute. But what I want to identify is, as I said earlier, if the risk assessment is not done at the beginning, there's no way that the investors, their attorneys, can determine which projects have the highest probabilities of successful outcomes. So these are some of the firms that we use, and there's a complete description of the process that will be made available to anybody who would like to know. So you can see that we do, the key word here is independent reviews. So even though the regional centers and the developers typically already have this, they have an economic impact, they have securities offering documents, they have the full, what we call a full offering or 526 package. What you want, and I'm speaking now to the immigration attorneys, agents, and investors, what you want is an independent review. Are these documents, first of all, are they in compliance with securities laws and immigration USCIS guidance? Oftentimes, we've done reviews, and we've found a number of significant issues which will cause RFEs and delays down the road. So for the people, even though you already have a package, having an independent assessment could be quite helpful prior to submitting an I-924 or I-526. In many of the cases where we've caught before that application has been submitted, we've saved developers a considerable amount of time that could be 6 months or a year in RFE or annoyed status. So these independent reviews and assessments we feel are good for the investors, good for the agents and attorneys, but even we found it to be more helpful for the developers who don't want to wait 6 months to a year in RFEs. Again, the key factor here is independent verification. I always say it's good if you, for instance, you go to a doctor and they give you a diagnosis that you may not be happy with, and they said to you, this is going to require a significant operation. I think most of us here would want a second opinion. So this is essentially what it is. It's a second opinion on the viability of your project. It's great for developers, it's great for the attorneys, it's great for agents, because once a report is issued, the developers, the regional center operators can then go to the agents and the investors and attorneys and say, here's an independent review, an audit, if you will, of our documents. And you can give them that third-party assessment, so when you go to meet with the agents or attorneys or the clients, you can say, this is an independent review. This was done by a third party. The next stage, and this is the one that I think is going to be of special importance to the attorneys out there, the immigration attorneys. Once the capital has been deployed, once the 526 has been submitted and the money has left escrow, once that happens, I will say 95% of the people in the industry don't know what happens. You are relying almost 100% on reports from the regional center operators and the developers. Now, if everything's on board, that's fantastic. However, as we've seen with a number of cases, and I've mentioned the most famous, Bernie Madoff, oftentimes you may not be getting the full picture. So what happens, let me ask the audience, what happens if your clients have made an investment, all of the capital has been deployed, and all of a sudden, a year, 2 years passes, you're getting ready to file the I-29, and you need to find out, have the jobs been created? Was the asset established? Did it CO? Is it meeting targeted revenue and expense? Have they run out of capital? Is any information available to you in the interim? Well, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. We've gotten all of the developer reports. We've gotten all of the regional center reports. But as we've seen from, and I'm not talking about EB5 now, as we have seen from the financial industry, fraud is at this stage, it's easy. They can issue you anything they want. And unless you do a site visit to determine, has the capital been appropriately deployed, is the project on time, on schedule? And remember, for a lot of investors, especially in EB5, it is especially critical that the timelines are met. Otherwise, the I-29 will be in jeopardy. So this phase of the development, I think, is the most crucial. Without knowing where your clients stand in the interim, once the capital has been deployed, there is no way that you will independently know. Now, again, you can trust on the regional center operators and developers to give you full and accurate reports, but I would be the first to say that if the project is facing financial difficulty, maybe they can't get all their permits, maybe there was a construction strike, maybe there was the engineering reports were incomplete and they have to completely redo a significant portion of the construction. If any of these things happen and the developer is concerned, nervous about continuing to fundraise in the market, they may not give you the full accurate picture. So what we've done... Dwight? Sorry. Oh, here we go. Thank you. If the developer is nervous about continuing their fundraising activity for Phase 2, Phase 3, Phase 4, and they are having trouble creating the asset or developing as according to plan, this is the point at which they may not be completely honest with you. For the developers out there who are doing the right thing and are being completely open and transparent, this is the phase when they engage, they say, we have nothing to hide. We want third parties to come in and assess that the project is on time, on budget, on schedule, because we want to do more offerings in the future. So I would suggest this may be the most important phase for the people who are concerned about getting the I-29. If the project has run out of money during the capital deployment phase and they cease operations, there's no way your clients are going to get their I-29 approved, because you cannot rely on the indirect from construction creation. You cannot rely on certainly not on the operational. If they built a shell and the asset is not income producing. So I think it's critical for your clients to understand that there is full transparency on what's happening at this phase. The final phase is the exit. Very briefly, the asset has CO'd, it is open for business, and it's cash flow producing. Now, is it meeting the pro forma revenue and expenses? Again, and I don't have to use any EB5 examples. There's thousands of examples from the financial industry where assets were not performing, and had there not been an independent audit, nobody would know. So without doing independent either fund administration or audits, there is simply no way that whether you're an investor, an attorney, or a client, could know what is actually happening. Now, if you're a regional center operator or you are a developer and you want to say to the agents and attorneys and investors out there, we're being completely transparent, don't take my word for it, have a look at these professionals who are CPAs and auditors. That, I think, is going to be the difference going forward with marketing projects, those who do this and those who don't. Again, I've said it for all three phases, independent audit and verification is the key. This is a bit about our process. I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to go through some of the slides, but this is the pre-deployment, the pre-capital deployment phase. So what we have internally is a three-step process to analyze and verify the claims being made by the developers. The first is our red flag review. This message is for the regional center operators and the developers who are in the audience. What we're doing is we're trying to assess and verify the claims that you're being made and the probabilities of successful both job creation and exit. This whole process we're happy to make available to anybody who would like, whether you're in the webinar or in the audience. So these are some of the review procedures. I know I'm going through this fast, but again, we have a complete process that's available for anybody, and these are the key questions. Basically, what we're trying to do is, between us and the other firms that we engage with, is do an independent assessment of the claim, of the verification of the claims being made and verify some of the aspects of both the securities offering documents and the economic review. These are some of the firms that we are working with. Several are here today, and we'll talk about. This is some bios of the consultants and contractors that we use. This is my team. This is part of the U.S. Advisors team. Jen Galperin is the lady who helped us out with the mathematical probability analysis. I think that's going to be key going forward. A lot of people use subjective analysis. Do they like the state? Do they like the people? Do they like their website? Do they, with the American flags and, how good was their presentation? These are all subjective factors used in trying to make a determination, and I'll say 98% of investments today are made subjectively. Do they like you? That's why, and I have no problem with people meeting people, doing the seminars. I think that's great. It's a great way for you to meet the contractors, developers, the control persons behind the offering. But on Wall Street, in the capital markets, that we don't make investment decisions subjectively. We do them using empirical quantitative data. And so working with mathematicians, statisticians, people like Jen, we're able to make informed decisions using data. And I think that's the difference. Going forward, people are going to be more critical of the facts behind the project, less concerned with the subjective, who the people are, but what have they done? What is their experience? How likely are they to be able to create this asset, make it successful, and then make sure that your clients get their I-829 conditions removed, as well as their capital back at term. This is the CrowdCheck team. Sarah leads that, and she'll be joining us via webinar shortly. Impact Data Source. Michael's here today with us. Paul and Jerry work with him as well, Paul Sherwin, Jerry Walker. And I'll just briefly explain before Michael gets on the stage. So we already know all the regional centers have their economic impact analysis complete. We know that. What we are trying to do is do an independent audit assessment of the methodologies that are being used by the economists, and I can tell you every time we've done this, we have found significant errors. I mean, huge amount of very significant. And I think the reason is now we have over almost 500 regional centers. These economists who are out there doing this, they must be doing 20 a week, both for the regional center applications as well as the 526 and 924 petitions. So they are extremely busy. There's only a few of them, and they're overworked. So for the immigration attorneys who are watching, when you get the EIA, you can understand back in the shop, these shops are quite small, typically 1 or 2 people. They may be doing 20 reports a week. It's natural there's going to be errors. I'm not saying anything that people don't already know. The problem is USCIS is extremely diligent, and any error in there will cause an RFE if not annoyed. So for the developers and centers out there who want just a second pair of eyes, did my economist do a good job? Is he using correct input-output? Is the location actually a targeted employment area, or will it change in 1 month? I mean, a lot of people are using maybe outdated methodologies, input-outputs, and they will find by the time they submit the 924 or the 526 that their TA no longer qualifies. And again, these are not insignificant details. They can completely delay your project funding, marketing, by 6 months, a year, or more. So having an independent firm do the assessment is good for you, the developers, but it's great for the agents and attorneys who say, I want to know, is this economic impact report, the jobs report, is it viable? Is it using reasonable methodologies? Is it consistent with what USCIS is looking for? Fund administration, Denise and Nick will speak more eloquently about what they do, and the need, I stress the need for all regional centers to have a fund administrator. Elliot Weiner, many of you may know, he's our TA expert analyst. So if you have questions regarding a TEA designation, he's a person we turn to. Joe Whalen, I'm sure many of you are familiar with Joe's work at USCIS and then beyond. He's quite prolific, and he does a lot of our USCIS reviews. QPM, John Ott with Quality Project Management. He's part of that on-site second phase. After capital is deployed, what he and his firm, they do is independent assessments for firms like Starbucks, Federal Express, Home Depot, McDonald's. I think 75% of the Fortune 500 uses QPM to determine are their project sites in compliance with the engineering and architectural drawings, as well as they don't issue any checks to the contractor without getting the QPM report. And they have a fantastic online system for determining, and this is something that could be made available to both the developers, the regional center operators, and the investors. So it's a fantastic way for you to know, once the capital has been deployed, whether it's being appropriately used, if the project's on time, on budget. And these are this is another firm that we use, Bob Gerace. He's here out of Los Angeles. He's a specialist for doing due diligence on commercial assets. McGladrey is one CPA firm that we use to do the audits. Now, I want to make one note. If you, as a center operator, have already a recognized CPA firm doing audits, we can work with them. This list is not exclusive. So if you have other service providers that help do due diligence and risk analysis, we can work with them. All right, 9:30. That's the end of my presentation. I apologize. I don't have time for questions, but what I'd like to do is for anybody in the audience who has questions regarding anything that we've described once, presentations of or copies of the presentation, those are going to be made available. Okay, without further ado, I'd like to bring up Jason Lee with CanScene. Oh, sorry. Housekeeping.
For those who are watching, if you have questions right now, we'll try and supplement them. Please send the questions to info, I-N-F-O, at eb5investmentreport.com, and we'll try and get you those questions or answers to those questions either today or we'll get you the answers. Also, for those who are watching, we had one person say that they were having trouble seeing the PowerPoint. In the bottom right of that screen, if you click on the expand button, it will go to a full screen.
All right, we did manage to get Dwight up here after all. All right, I'd like to invite Jason Lee with CanScene to come up and describe the market in China, what's happening. I'm going to use a quick, while they set up the slideshow, baseball analogy. We're watching the World Series right now. The baseball analyst once explained they play on average about 150 games a year. When you look at it, they know at the beginning of the season, before they throw out their first pitch, all of the teams are going to win 50 games, they're going to lose 50 games. It's what they do with the remainder of 50 that determines whether they make it to the World Series or not. But even the World Series winner knows ahead of time they're going to lose 50 games. The thing is, in EB5, there's no risk for failure. There's no tolerance for failure. Every single applicant needs to get the green card. They want to get their money back. For the regional center operators, if you have a project which fails to do either of those two things, most importantly the green card, you're probably going to be out of business. In China, they are starting to become very concerned about these issues with the presentations from the EB5 centers. So without further ado, Jason Lee.
Thank you very much. Michael gave me the chance to speak on behalf of the association in China immigration agents. I just happened to know, actually yesterday I know this event, so it's the very last minute I gave a note to Michael to squeeze me into this webinar. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help. What I'm like here to say is actually not only behalf of my company, Concern Immigration Group, and but also on behalf of the association, China Immigration Agents. I just give you just a very brief information about our association. This PPT actually I just made last minute, even 5 minutes ago I just still adding on it. So very sorry for this. It's very rough, very quick and dirty job. The key point, what I like to point out is that since this year, everybody knows what happened, at the beginning of this year in EB5 industry. So since that happened, we are very, very concerned about due diligence, very, very concerned about the risk of the EB5 project. So we decide that the due diligence is very necessary, and we only promote the EB5 project after the due diligence is done. We will not promote any project without any due diligence. That's the whole point I like to say now. But unfortunately, the due diligence is going to take some time. In China, every agent still promoting the project without any due diligence, because the first result is still not come out yet. Everybody is still pushing me a lot. I'm working almost 48 hours a day. Sorry for that. So I'm working very hard, try to get this due diligence, the first project, done as soon as possible, so that our members in China can promote the EB5 project without any worry. This is our members. Just brief. We get together to discuss this issue. This is a very, very serious issue. We are very concerned about it, and the members covers 80% of the Chinese market. Just brief introduction about our company. This is our company in Beijing, and that's our office and our seminars. Just a brief. Now we turn to the main topic. Why we need the due diligence? The agents are more sensitive about the risk of the project. Probably you can imagine at the beginning of this year, once the Chicago Convention Center problem happened, in China we watch the TV, China television, CCTV, very aware that the CCTV report this event 9 times, almost every week or every month. They say a lot of bad words, not only for this project. They say EB5 is bad. This EB5 is cheating. They say a lot of things that we are very worried if the EB5 is still allowed to promote in China. We are very, very concerned about that. And sometimes the newspaper, they publish the news saying that the EB5 is, I don't want to say it's very, very negative, and they also say something that for example, there is a project we promote and we actually already finished. That's already 100% the applicant already received the I-526. But in the newspaper, they say particularly this project is 100% reject. It's totally wrong, but they just say that. That's give us a very strong signal the government can do something. So that time we are very concerned, very concerned. We can imagine China take 80% of the EB5 market. If the door is closed for EB5 in China, what we think, what we think the EB5 gonna do. Okay, so we don't want that happen. Okay, so that's why we have to do it immediately. We don't want that keep happening all the time. Okay, not only hurt the investors, not only hurt the agents, but hurt all the industry. Okay, so now I decide to almost quit my job in my company. Okay, I just asked some people to take care of the company. I work full-time, come to US, try to work very hard to do the due diligence to save this industry. That's what I'm doing. Some cities in China already forbidden for the EB5. Okay, it's not allowed to promote EB5. Some of the cities already started. Okay, we don't want this spread all over China. Let's work together. Okay, we save this industry, not only the immigration agent. I think we should work together, either the lawyers, regional centers, developers, all the professionals in this industry. We have to work together, just to work seriously for the EB5. Okay, and sometimes I'm thinking for a public company, okay, if the company wants to go on public, we know there is a very, very strict regulation, okay, to investigate the company, okay, the turnout, the background check, everything, very, very difficult and costs a lot of money, millions of dollars just to do the investigation for the company, for the project, before they have the right to go on public. Okay, think about the EB5. EB5 is similar, just raise the money from the market, but not from the US domestic, but from international, from overseas. This is actually the similar situation. But why there's nobody investigate anything of the project? Okay, so any project, if they want to raise the money from overseas, they can do anything. They can do whatever they want. They can say whatever they want to say. Nobody audited, no due diligence done. Okay, imagine how dangerous it is. Very, very dangerous. Okay, so we want to protect the industry, and we have to do it immediately. Our association, in China, there's about 800, about 792 or something, about 800 licensed agents. Okay, the top 100 agents cover about 80 or even 90% of the Chinese market. Okay, our association is just from those top 100 people. Okay, as Michael said, we only care two issues. We don't care about the return of the funds. Okay, we care two issues. First is the green card. Okay, the green card is the main purpose. The people invest 500,000 to the project. Okay, we have to make sure at the end, the applicant gonna receive their green card, successfully, and also in 5 years later, hopefully they return 100% of their principal back. Okay, they don't ask very high. Request, not that stingy, very, very low requirement. Please help us to make this goal. Okay, we want to have the green card, and we only want to have the principal back. To get the green card, everybody knows that the job numbers is the key. Okay, we want to have very conservative estimate for the job numbers. Okay, I know in the industry there's a lot of economists exist on the market, and I personally see some project, just one single project, if you give to different economists, they're going to give different numbers. Sometimes there's quite difference, 2-3 times difference. Okay, you can imagine. So last time I see a project, they can give a lot, 1,000 something, okay, and turn to another economist, they're gonna give about maybe 90 or 900 something. So we want this to be very conservative. Okay, so for example, a hotel project, they're going to generate many jobs, but including the construction job, gas expenditure, or restaurant, or a lot of other things. But some of the job, we are not very sure. That's really depend on the operation of the hotel. Okay, for that part, we don't want to take too much risk. Okay, if the construction job itself is already created enough jobs, we feel more secure. Okay, without any operation, we already think, okay, the job is enough. So we are, green card is, can be sure. So for this kind of a project, we feel more secure. Okay, we don't want to take any risk. For example, some of the projects very, very big, very huge project, and there is some argument on the tenant occupancy issue because the project can largely depend on the tenant. Okay, they're going to rent it out this or that. And they sometimes, I notice some of the job play some games and say, for example, if I have the big project and rent it out, and instead of the tenant pay the salary for their staff, they turn around and say, okay, you give the money to me and let me to pay the salary to their employees. Or they consider this is owners. This is my staff. That's my payroll. Okay. So I don't know immigration officer gonna recognize that or not. So we don't want to take that risk, right? So because each investor, they only have one chance to apply the EB5, right? If they wait for 2 years, 3 years, or even longer, and finally they say, okay, this job they don't recognize, then what? Do you think they're gonna apply again? I don't think this applicant gonna reply again. Take another 3 years. Okay, so we have to make sure everything is very secure, and we don't want to take risk. The exit strategy. We want to have some collateral. We understand that immigration regulation, they don't allow any kind of guarantee or something, but that's a controversy. For investor side, they said, okay, as long as you guarantee me the money, I'm going to do that. Okay, but immigration, they don't allow it. So we have to make sure that the project have enough collateral. For example, if the real estate project, and once it's complete, the value of the real estate is the property is higher than the investors' funds. Okay, that's going to be more secure for the investors, so they have enough collateral, right? And I noticed some of the projects, they have some basis. For example, last time there is a project, it's a high technology project. It's I think that the technology is very advanced. That's some kind of a medical equipment or some project. But if we ask the collateral, they say, okay, the business is value so much, or something. We're going to go on public or this or that. But talking about the collateral, they don't have any property. Okay, so I don't think the investors feel very secure for this kind of project because nobody knows this company going to go bankrupt or going to be successful. And nobody knows they're finally going to go on public. Right. So as I said, the investors, they don't want to asking very high return, but they just want to have the secure. Okay. So it's better to have some kind of collateral just to make investors feel comfortable and feel secure. And also some of the projects that they said, okay, instead of 5 years, they want to return, say, 6 or 7 or even 8 years or something. You can still do that, but the investors, they probably feel kind of disappointed. So you're going to lose the competition market. So if you can return, just make sure return in 5 years, that can gonna make the investor feel more comfortable. Okay, the early release. Okay, this topic, I hear this topic many times. Almost every project have the problem that the I-526 takes too long, and sometimes take more than a year or even 2 years. Okay, the project cannot wait for 2 years to release the money. In order to solve this problem, we consider the early release, the fund, but there is a condition on that. Okay, if usually we don't like to release 100% of the fund. Okay, we can release some part of the, say 20%, 50%, or some percentage of the fund in order for the project, start and smoothly, work on that. But we need to make sure that if the applicant is rejected for his I-526, there is enough fund to refund the investors. Okay, because we already promised the investors that if for any reason your application is rejected, your money gonna be 100% refund. Okay, no matter what, we have to, because the project didn't use your money, so we have to refund 100% of the money back to the investors. Okay, so if you do want to early release the money, okay, make sure you have something to make sure the money can be refunded, if anything happens. And the first mortgage, I know some of the company probably as agent, they really want the first mortgage, and they want the EB5 to be the first position. And for my point of view, I don't think we have to be the first mortgage. We have to be the first position. We can be the second position, but as long as after the first position, redeem the money, we still have enough money. We still have the project still have enough value to protect the investors. Okay, so we have to analyze a case by case. The due diligence process, we're going to perform 3 steps. Okay, first one is the due diligence. We're going to analyze all different aspects. For immigration point of view, for the investment analysis point of view, and for the background check, and for this security, and also for the job creation issues. Okay, we have to do the due diligence from the third party, all different kind of professionals to analyze from a different angle. Okay, as long as the project is okay, everybody say okay, all the different part of the due diligence is turned out to be the positive. Then we can go for our next step. Okay, then we can tell our members in China, all the agents, okay, this project is good. Let's start to work on that. Okay, there's another issue. Probably you notice that for any of the project, the lawyers, the regional center hire a lawyer to prepare a lot of documents. Even the investors pay sometimes $15,000 for the legal fees, for the lawyer fee. But remember, this fee is not to hire a lawyer to protect the investors' interest. Okay, if anything happens, nobody protects the investors. This fee is only the filing fee. Okay, so we notice this risk, so we have to hire a lawyer. Okay, during the due diligence process, this lawyer gonna review the document. Okay, to see if there's anything that is not good for the investors. Okay, we notice there are some of the project, once they come to the agent, they say a lot of good things. We're gonna promise this, promise a lot that, promise a lot of things. And by looking at the detail of the document, there's nothing wrong there. Okay, so we have to have the professional attorney to review the document and to see if there's anything need to be revised. There's anything is not fair to the investors. Okay, this is never done before. Okay, this from now we want to do this. Okay, and this legal attorney gonna protect the investors all the 5 years. Okay, even at the time to refund the money at the end of the 5 years, there's any issues happen, our attorney gonna stand on behalf of our investors. And the third one is co-management. Okay, forgive me some kind of mistake for the language. It's very quick. I noticed there's some mistake. The co-manager is that we want to have the third party to manage the funds. Okay, for the project so far, the EB5 money put the escrow account. Once the I-526 is approved, the money gonna release to the project. Okay, imagine the money. Once the money released to the project, nobody take care of that. Okay, they're gonna depend on the operator or depend on the developer how they're going to use the money. Okay, I already know that some of the developers misuse the money. Okay, some of them use this kind of money to do something else. Okay, they don't invest the money totally to the project. Okay, so we don't want that happen. We want to have the third party to make sure this money gonna be properly used. Okay, just as the same as a bank. Okay, if the construction project wants to borrow the money from the bank, for example, if they want to borrow, say, $100 million from the bank, I don't believe the bank gonna give, okay, $100 million, go ahead, use it. I don't believe the bank gonna do that. Okay, so we gonna do as professional as the bank. Okay, we're gonna have the third party to monitor how the money gonna be used. Okay, of course that's gonna cost some fee. Okay, I totally understand. After we do all those 3 steps, there are some fees involved on that. Okay, we want the project pay for that. Okay, it's the same thing. If the project wants to borrow the money from the bank, the similar fees, even more expensive fees, gonna apply. Okay, that's gonna from the bank. I don't think the bank wants to pay from the bank pocket. Okay, they can always paid by the borrower. Okay, please understand on this. Okay, we just want to make sure we're gonna do in the professional way. Okay, about our association, by all of this, if we do all of this, you probably can see that once the project is good, then all our members gonna work together. Okay, so especially this is good for the big project. Okay, so imagine if we have, let's say, 50 or 80 big company just promote together. Each company gonna say promote 2 or 3 investors per month. It's gonna be 100 investors, very, very fast. Okay, so this is our advantage. Okay, so the time is running out. I forgot to bring my many business card. That's my contact information. You can write it down. That's my cell number in US and also my email address. If anybody wants to contact with me, please contact me by my email or telephone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're going to set up a CrowdCheck remote feed. It's going to take about 5 minutes, so anybody who's listening in on the webinar, you want to take a quick break. Anybody here needs a quick break. One thing I'll say about China, when they decide, or the Chinese culture, when they decide to do something, they do it very quickly and in large numbers. My observation from being in the industry for a few years, is that had we had a conference in China sponsored by the Entry Exit Association, there on due diligence, specifically due diligence, 2 years ago nobody would have showed up. It would have been very, very few people. But after the Chicago, the Mamtech, and South Dakota, a few of the other very well publicized failures, suddenly there is a tremendous amount of interest. And as Jason mentioned, it's not coming only from the migration agencies themselves, although they are extremely concerned. But I think higher in the whole country, from the public sector, there is a very strong concern about the fraud and misrepresentation that is occurring in this program. So when I showed up, I was expecting a handful of people to be in the audience. But as I say, in China, they don't do things in small numbers. It was a huge conference hall, several hundred people. The agencies, the largest migration agencies, CanSIN, who is a master agent, but also the second and third tier agents were there as well, and not just from Beijing, but from all of the provinces. And there were only 4 U.S. speakers. So they just wanted to hear, how do we solve this problem? There is a problem in our industry. It's a lack of transparency and disclosure. And that's because for years nobody asked for it, and it wasn't required. People just, as Jason said, people went to China and they said, this is my project, this is what I want to do. Everybody took it at face value, and they began marketing. They got investors to sign up, and then the project actually did what it said it was going to do, or in some cases it's failed. The rate of failure has started to increase. And I think there is a perception, again, not just in China, it's in India, it's in Brazil, in Russia. We have clients from Iran. They are extremely concerned, and they're opting not to do EB-5. Now there's a move among migration agents to promote European options. And there's several European countries that are more than happy to take the capital. So I think, as Jason mentioned so correctly, there has to be an effort from within our industry if we want to succeed and to thrive going forward, whether that we're talking from the developer side, from the issuer side, the regional centers, or we're speaking from the investor and the immigration attorneys. We have to foster what we call in the capital markets best practices, and that's an increased reliance on outside professionals coming in to do the due diligence, to verify the claims being made by the regional center operators and the due diligence on the control persons and the entities. And that's what CrowdCheck will be describing in a few minutes, is doing the background checks on control persons, plus the verification of the securities offering documents. Again, as with the economic impact reviews that we do, every single project review, we found deficiencies in the securities offering documents. Now, because USCIS is not really addressing these, I think for the most part they're going about somewhat unnoticed. However, as we see the SEC and state regulators coming more and more into the industry and looking and asking questions, we feel that if the securities offering documents are not compliant, that this could cause problems down the road, such as rescission, which, can you imagine the scenario where, through no fault of your own, maybe you did not understand, you could not pay unregistered persons, or there was other technical issues with the marketing, solicitation, offering, distribution of your project, that if there was a deficiency that caused your exemption to be violated, you may have to refund all of the capital raised in EB-5. So this is a problem we have not seen happen yet. However, again, forget about EB-5, in the securities industry, we see this happen not frequently, but certainly more often than you might expect. And I don't know if anybody knows, but in the SEC, Enforcement is the only division with 2 acting heads. So Mary Jo obviously feels enforcement is a big issue. She's assigned not just 1 but 2 people, and we have visited the SEC headquarters in Washington. We had a meeting with with the general counsel and several of their investigators, and I can tell you that there is a large and active EB5 group investigating just the securities issues related to the offering. So we feel that part of what CrowdCheck is bringing, again for the developers and issuers, the regional center operators, is a second view of the offering documents to see if they are in compliance. If they're not, to get them in compliance before the offering material is circulated, is distributed, and the project is marketed. So we find, I think the old saying is a penny, not a penny saved is a penny earned, but a stitch in time saves 9. This is the kind of philosophy. If you are going to raise $20, $50, $100 million to spend some time to get a second-party opinion on the compliance, to see that the securities documents are in compliance, and then for the agents, for the attorneys and the investors to have a background check done on the control persons. I tell you, just the background check alone, had it been done in all of the cases that we have seen that have recently failed, would have uncovered significant issues, such that I think for a majority of the clients, they would not have invested in those projects. This is good news for the developers and the regional center operators who have nothing to hide. For those that are open and transparent and want people to know they're doing the right thing, I would want to have a background check done on me. Are we good? He just went outside. So for those that are open and transparent and foster, this is who we are and this is what we're doing, what we call in Florida the Sunshine Law. In Florida, all public contracts that are awarded for bid, all the bids are posted. We want this industry to become more open and transparent, and we feel that part of the work that CrowdCheck is doing the background checks and verification, is bringing in that best practice of making it more open for everybody involved. 5 more minutes?
Well, we just need a chat with them.
Yeah. That's fine. I'm gonna shut up for a minute. We've talked about a lot. Jason's been up here. Any questions for me or Jason while we have Jason? We have some regional center operators here, developers, issuers.
What percentage are you seeing as the EB5 funding the project? Because the projects we're dealing with, EB5 would be less than 15% of the total funding. We have bank funding, we have other funding available. So, what I'm hearing seems like you're trying to fund 100% of a major hotel project or that kind of thing with EB5.
Right. The question for people who may not have heard is typically what component of the capital stack is EB5? And I think part of this was addressed by Jason earlier. It's all over the map. Some use very, very small component, and the reason for that is because you may have somebody who is a large, well-seasoned developer who is developing hotel or assisted living properties, and they have traditional bank finance, but after the 2008 credit crisis, a lot of commercial lenders, my former employer, Citibank, tighten their credit lending practices for obvious reason. So what they're asking for is more equity in the deal. So in those cases where you have a traditional developer, and we have several here today, where they can get bank finance, but they need equity or increase a larger amount of equity than previously was the case, EB5 is a great solution. Where we see problems, and I say this from the analyst standpoint, is when we see large-scale projects coming in looking for 100% EB5 equity. And to me, we have heard the excuse developers will say, well, we don't want to pay debt. We don't want any debt. But honestly, debt at these levels, I mean, anybody who's been around for a few years, or has worked in the credit or fixed income markets, these interest rates are nothing. The Fed rate is effectively 0%. So no matter if you're borrowing at 5, 6, 8%, the argument that we don't want to deal with debt simply because it's too expensive, to me, I don't buy.
Okay, you can hear me when I speak to the screen? Okay.
Unmuted.
So I think that it's a great question. The key is the smaller component projects are probably going to be better marketed in China. But we do see some large scale with 100%, and I think caution needs to be key in those.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Let's do a quick sound check.
This one.
You know, I think we may have to do one more of these, and maybe Jason later, if you want to discuss what's a typical compensation arrangement. I think a lot of that depends on the project. And so different projects, depending on who you are, how successful, if you've been in EB5 before, I think a lot of that is negotiated. But maybe if we have a few minutes with Jason, we might bring you back later if you're around. John might discuss that as well, too. So we'll have John come up. Yeah.
Hi, Andrew. This is Roy. Can you hear us here?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay. Let me raise the volume for you real quick. Okay. Can I get a sound check again?
All right, Sarah, why don't you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You guys need more volume than that? ATN, can you give us a little bit of volume on the clerk plate, please? Or staff plate, sorry. Andrew, can I get a sound check again?
Okay, can you hear me? I have a horrible echo.
Okay, that's good. I have my cell phone connected to the room, that's why. Okay, how about now?
All right, testing again.
Okay, you can go ahead and start your presentation now.
I will mute. I'll mute the boardroom. So it's just Sarah having voice privileges, and that should take care of the echo, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Can somebody wave if you can't hear me? Hey, Riverside, if you could just let us know if we should begin.
Yes, go ahead.
There you go.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to start talking then. All right. So thanks, everybody, and happy to be here to explain some of the rules that we're looking at and some of the steps we at CrowdCheck take in order to make sure that a project is compliant and that we're not going to have any problems with the securities laws. I know there's going to be some more securities lawyers talking later because, of course, how can you possibly have too many securities lawyers, right? But I'm just going to outline the rules that we look at and some of the ways that we're checking for compliance. Here's the basic principle that applies to all offerings, whether it's EB5 or anything else. An offer of securities in the United States has to be registered with the SEC or exempt from registration. And the really important thing about the Regulation S aspect of EB5 offerings is there isn't, in the securities law legislation, there is no exemption originally for offerings that take place outside the United States. The way the securities law is drafted is just says if it's a public offering, it has to be registered with the SEC. So many years ago, when I was at the SEC, we drafted Regulation S to say, look, this does not apply when the offers and sales are outside the United States. So, basic principle, if you're making an offer of securities, it's got to be registered or exempt. And the two exemptions, I will call them, even though technically Regulation S isn't an exemption, but an exception, are Regulation D and Regulation S. Regulation D is an exemption from registration with the SEC for offerings that are made to accredited investors. And as we probably know, accredited investors are people who have $200,000 in income, $300,000 with their spouse, or net worth excluding their house of $1 million. Those measurements apply whether those people are U.S. persons or non-U.S. persons. If you're looking to rely on Regulation D and you're not willing to go through the extra steps that are necessary when there are non-accredited investors involved, then you must make sure that the investors are accredited. The other exemption or exception from registration that we see mostly in this area is Regulation S. Now, this is an offer and sale of securities outside the United States. It does not require the investors to meet any particular tests of, with respect to their status, but it does have a number of very specific requirements that must be complied with in order to get the benefit of the exemption. So what we look for at CrowdCheck is, first thing, we are always looking to see which exemption are you relying on, because sometimes some of the offerings that we see are just mushed together and you cannot tell. They're just saying, hey, we don't have to register with the SEC. They don't say why. So it's very difficult for us to test what rules are being complied with. So first rule would always be very specific about which exemption from registration the offering is supposed to be relying on and how. So if we're looking at a Regulation D offering, we are looking to see which elements of Regulation D the offering is relying on. There's two general sorts of offerings. There are offers made under Rule 506B, which prohibit any kind of general solicitation. So if we see any kind of general solicitation, which is a very, very broad term, so if we see anything where, like promoting investment opportunities, either in the U.S. or seminars in the United States, we're going to assume that Section 506B is not available, and we'll look to see whether 506C is available. 506C, the requirement there permits general solicitation to be made, but in order to rely on that rule, you have to make quite sure, you have to verify that the investors are in fact accredited. So special steps need to be taken. With Regulation S, we are looking to see first an identification of which element of Regulation S is being relied on. There are three categories for companies looking to rely on Regulation S. The one that is most likely to apply to an LLC that's set up in the United States that isn't registered with the SEC is going to be Category 3 of Regulation S. Category 3 of Regulation S requires a distribution compliance period of a year, that is a 1-year period at least, in which the securities can't be resold back to the United States. And it also requires, and this is important, disclosure and legending about these restrictions, and it also requires that the organizational documents of the company reflect this prohibition on resales into the United States for a year. So there are some technical requirements that are involved in Regulation S. So what we find when we look to ask the very, very simple question, are you supposed to be registered in the with the SEC, or are you complying with the requirements of an exemption from registration? We find many EB5 offerings are not clear about what exemptions they're relying on, and are not clear about how they're complying with those exemptions, and are actually not complying with those exemptions. So it's one of the things that we are most likely to fail a company on with respect to, are you complying with the law? Let's go to the next slide, and we'll talk about another area of law that's very important. Here we all sales of securities are subject to the SEC's anti-fraud provisions. Now, fraud in securities law land is a lot broader than most normal people would assume it to be. We're trying not to use the fraud word very much these days. We're trying to emphasize the term misleading statement. So, anyone who makes a misleading statement of a material fact, an untrue statement of a material fact, or omits a piece of information necessary to make not misleading the information that's already been given out, is guilty of a violation of Rule 10b-5. And we do find that there are a number of and we do see some statements just in the EB5 offering documentation that we think there is no basis to be making those statements. The liability extends not just to someone who willingly lies, but also to someone who recklessly makes a statement. So we are confident that the hotel will be ready for delivery by December 2014. Might be a misleading statement if you have no basis for making that, if you haven't broken ground, or if you know that there are some problems with the permitting or something like that. That could end up being a misleading statement. So statements without any kind of disclosure of assumptions, statements that are made on the basis of no material facts that we can distinguish, those are statements that will attract the attention of CrowdCheck, and we will be asking for some kind of backup of that, or we will be bringing it to the attention of the sponsor. So that is liability for misleading statements, and as you can see from this slide, there's a couple of bases for liability. It's 10b-5, and there's also some other bases for liability. So anyone who is making those statements could end up with liability. We'll go on to the next slide on scary securities issues. Broker-dealer rules. This is something that we see very, very frequently violated in the EB5 area. Again, we will be talking with the lawyers more in this session. This is an area where we are sending sponsors back to their lawyers to explain. From the SEC's point of view, anyone who gets transaction-based compensation, that is, a piece of the offering, or a success fee. Anything that is paid to someone by reference to whether or not a sale of securities takes place or the amount of the sale of securities that takes place. Anyone who gets compensation on that basis is likely to be a broker-dealer who is supposed to register with the SEC. And we frequently see that this is not complied with in the EB5 area. There are numbers of times where we see foreign finders are receiving commissions. There are some very specific rules, but they are very, very narrowly tailored that permit foreign finders to be paid by actual registered broker-dealers. The law in this area is very, very complex and not entirely black and white. We at CrowdCheck are not going to judge whether somebody has complied with the broker-dealer rules. We're not going to judge whether someone is permitted to be giving money to a foreign finder. But what we are going to do is, if it's not clear that there's a registered broker-dealer in the loop, and if it's not clear that the sponsor or regional center knows what the rules are, we will be sending people back to their securities lawyers to say, okay, explain to us how you are meeting the requirements of the broker-dealer registration requirements. Explain to us whether it is, who has analyzed whether it's okay to get paid, to be giving payment to the foreign finders. We're just asking who is looking at this and what are they relying on. We ourselves are not going to make that determination. So looking at the next slide, these are things that's very important for the regional centers and control persons, that is, sponsors of a transaction, to bear in mind. Regional centers may be deemed to be sellers of securities for the purpose of securities fraud. They may well be what is called under the Exchange Act willing participants or willful participants. So they are likely to be included in the group of people who have liability if something goes wrong, whether it's a violation of the registration requirements or whether it's a violation of the broker-dealer requirements or whether it's a violation of the rules against misleading statements. All three of those things can bring in the sponsor, they can bring in the regional centers. Securities Act Securities Act liability also extends to controlling persons. So you can't get away from this liability by saying, oh, it was the LLC or the LLP who made the statement. If you're controlling it, if you're an officer, director, general partner, or a managing member, you have liability for the securities law violations of your controlled entity, the LC or the LLP. We'll go on to the next slide. Talks about what happens. So what happens if one of these things is has been violated? In the event, for example, the registration requirements of the Securities Act have not been complied with, then the remedy is rescission. That is, anyone who had securities sold to them in a violative transaction has the right to say, take back the securities and give me back my money. And this could be very complex in the case of if you've got a project that takes a long time to develop, because if the early investors have invested and things are looking like they're going wrong, then those guys can say, hey, last year you should not have sold this stuff to me. I am demanding my money back. So just the fact that Section 5, the registration provisions of the Securities Act, have not been complied with, if there is a violation there, even if nobody has objected to it yet, you have this continuing put overhanging the project, and that's going to mean that you could lose suddenly you could lose a massive amount of capital. The project could be in trouble. So it is something that there is a reason why we look into this. There is a reason why, even if people haven't objected, we would make a negative note with respect to past violations of the Securities Act. There is, of course, not just the aggrieved investors who are going to object to securities law violations, but it's also the SEC or state regulators. They may end up suing the project and all of its control persons, and they may end up coming into the offer. We see this in other areas. We see some projects where something has gone wrong, say on the broker-dealer side, the state authorities or the federal authorities get involved, and then they start getting interested in other things that may have gone wrong. So they're not just going to look at whether or not somebody was registered to be was a registered broker-dealer or not. They may also say, you know what, we're looking now at your disclosure documents, and we find that your disclosure documents have problems too, and you'll get sued for all of those things at the same time. Going on to the next slide, here's another bad thing that might happen in the event that your project is found to be wanting, and this is the consequences of being found to be a bad actor. These rules were very recently adopted with respect to 506C. So these apply to Regulation D offerings, although I think that you would probably also want to take them into account even if you were doing a Regulation S offering only. The bad actor rules say that if your officers and directors and controlling shareholders have been found guilty in the last 5 to 10 years of any of 8 enumerated bad acts, then they cannot be involved in any offerings under Regulation D. So that would be someone who's for example, being involved in a Section 5 violation. Let's say, there was an offering that purported to take place in reliance on Regulation S, and in fact did not meet the requirements of Regulation S, and the SEC found it. Then that person is now, quote, a bad actor, and that person can't be a control person, officer, director, or promoter of a project in the future. And this is an ongoing requirement. So looking at the next slide, this is, in effect, this is going to freeze out anyone who ended up in trouble for 5 to 10 years. It depends on which type of bad act you were guilty of. But this is a very, very serious issue. And from now on, not only, of course, just don't do bad acts, but it is part of the regulations that anyone who sponsors an offering, so it's going to be officers and directors and control persons of the project or the regional center, all of those folks are going to have to be asked whether or not they are guilty of any of the enumerated bad acts. And it's essential, I think, that the project sponsors do a proper investigation. The SEC says that the range of investigations that you do in order to find out whether a bad actor is involved can range from, in effect, just asking, hey, are you a bad actor? Did you do any of these things in the last 5 to 10 years? Probably the much safer approach, and the approach that we take at CrowdCheck, is we run all of those names through a number of different databases to ensure that they haven't been involved in any of the 8 enumerated bad acts. So going on to the next slide. This has been our experience so far. We have been absolutely don't know what the word for it is, really. We have been dumbfounded at how much securities law violation there is going on in this area. It is extraordinary. We have seen routine violations of Section 5, that is the registration provisions, by people who are making general solicitations in offerings that were supposed to not be making general solicitations. We have seen offerings that are incredibly vague on why they are not required to be registered, which exemptions they might be relying on. We've seen a number of unregistered intermediaries. We cannot work out whether there is a broker-dealer in the mix, and if so, what is the broker-dealer doing? And is the broker-dealer doing the broker-dealer activities? Because it's no point having a broker-dealer doing some limited stuff about, for example, clearance and settlement, when you are requiring when the broker-dealer should be doing the solicitation. I mean, that's what a broker-dealer does, put buyers and sellers of securities together for a fee. If that function is being performed by someone who isn't a broker-dealer, then you've got an issue. We have seen violative use of foreign finders, or at least we cannot tell, A, what exemptions they are relying on, or B, whether anybody has even looked to see whether the rules are being complied with. We have seen offering materials which make extraordinarily vague and unsupported claims, and these would be in the areas of when a project might be finished. They would be in the area of whether or not the level of risk of the company. So, saying things about, hey, this is a risk-free proposition. This cannot be risk-free, as we've been talking in this seminar today. This money has to be at risk. So making any statements about the SEC is approving this, the federal government's approving this, the government's behind this, so it's okay, all of that is just nonsense. We have seen securities that have not been properly issued. Frequently, of course, limited liability companies are used in this area, and one of the things CrowdCheck looks to see is that the securities have been properly issued. And it is extraordinary just how often that happens not to be the case. So, as we've seen, the SEC has been indicating that they're increasing their monitoring for security law violations, and this will include all the categories I've just talked about. It'll include registration. Did you meet an exemption from registration? It includes registration of the broker-dealers and any finders that might be used, and it will include the use of misleading statements. So, looking at our last slide here, what do we do at CrowdCheck? I've given you an idea as we go through this. We're looking for the big picture items. We look to see whether or not somebody that has at least looked at what the exemptions might be available and has tried to meet the requirements of those exemptions. We look through the offering materials to make sure that the disclosure is at least consistent and see if we can check that material statements are at least supported by some sort of fact. Section 5 violations, as we say. And we look to see whether the broker-dealer if there is a broker-dealer there, doing the broker-dealer activities, and whether finders have been used, and whether or not there has been disclosure about the use of foreign finders, because one of the areas that we find that is frequently violative in this area is the fact that the investors have no idea where the money's going. I mean, the money is going to somebody over here, and then somebody in China, and there's no disclosure about how much and to whom those payments are made. And then, of course, we check to make sure that there are no bad actors involved in the transaction. And considering that those are really just some very, very basic things, it is absolutely amazing the amount of non-compliance that we find. So hopefully this whole area will improve. Very happy to hand it back to Riverside and take any questions.
Any questions for Sarah? Sarah, thank you very much. Oh, okay. You know, it's amazing. When I've known Sarah for a few years, and I asked her, as she's a securities attorney formerly with the SEC, I said, would you mind coming in and reviewing some of the offering material and some of the marketing? I think the problem is mostly with the marketing. The securities offering documents are generally, for the most part, okay. It's the way the projects are being marketed that causes a lot of issues. And I said, would you mind reviewing some of these offerings and the marketing and how things are being done? And she had a look and said, oh, this is unbelievable. So none of these are in compliance. I mean, we were seeing project marketing videos on YouTube. It's a very clear violation, but as she's mentioned, there are a huge number of other Section 5 violations. And the way I look at it as a registered person, and she has said to me, is this isolated? And I said, no, this is the industry practice. The way I view it, having worked for a very large broker-dealer and now on my own as a RIA, is the perception in the market is one of speeding. When you get on the highway, we're here off of I-10, everybody speeds. You know, 5, 10, 20 miles, it varies. But everybody in California is late. You know, you want to get to your next place. You don't want to stay in So traffic allowing, everybody speeding. Nobody really cares until you see what happens is there's a police officer on the road. And all of a sudden, everybody slows down. This is what's going to happen in EB5. Somebody is going, and we don't know if it's high profile or low, but somebody is, whether it's through a state action, a federal and SEC investigation, or it could be done through investor litigation, somebody's going to get caught up, and these issues with violations of the securities offering documents are going to be central, and there's going to be, I believe, a great deal of loss. It's going to be loss for the capital invested in the offering. There's going to be loss for the attorneys who are involved in that through no fault of their own. The investors obviously are going to lose. The agents who promoted this project, everybody is going to lose. So what we are advocating for is to address these issues at the beginning, before there is that speed trap. And whoever the project is, who's behind the control person is behind that, they can address these issues before, so they just simply become in compliance with securities laws. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 10-minute break now. So please, 10 minutes. We're going to come back and we're going to start off with fund administration. We're going to have a slight switch in the venue. In the agenda. Nick and Denise with fund administration will be up here. So 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
This one here?
No.
This one?
No. This one or no?
What's going on? I know. I'm good. Are you busy? Yeah. Nice. I like it. You know. I'd like for him to just, I didn't know this, but apparently Riverside has the largest number of EB5 regional centers, I believe, in the country. Yeah. So I'd like to hear how many and how they're doing and what the County of Riverside is doing to promote EB5. Thanks, Richard.
All right, thank you. Good morning. How's everyone this morning? Now, if any of you have been involved in government any time in your lifetime, then I was expecting to be here early to network. I said EB5, any gathering of EB5 interested individuals, I would like to network with them because we have as a county a high interest in foreign direct investment, particularly through the EB5 program. We have more EB5 regional centers in Riverside County than any county in the United States. And we are also, we like to call ourselves the Blue Light Special. For those of you that don't know, that's a reference to Kmart shopping. And every time they have a discount or sale, they flash this blue light. Well, we're the Blue Light Special for foreign direct investment, for EB5 investment, as long as our employment numbers are low. And our employment, or high, I'm sorry. Our employment numbers are high in our county. We took a big hit during the recession. We lost a lot of our construction workers, and because of that, our numbers put us in a category that allow a EB5 investor to invest, as many of you probably know if you're following EB5, $500,000 instead of the traditional $1 million. Now, as we improve, and our economy will improve, we believe over time, and we're going to work diligently to help it improve, and those numbers go down, we lose that Blue Light Special. But for right now, if a investor would like to invest in Riverside County, we welcome you. We welcome you at half the price. And we support the EB5 program diligently in our county. I kind of segued there, but at 9 o'clock this morning, when I should have been here networking with your group or at least welcoming you, my supervisor, who I thought was going to be doing that, is on a plane to Sacramento. I get a call. I'm in with a group of Chinese investors who invested $1.4 million, and it's still in escrow for a property not far from here at University Village. He calls me in a panic as I'm driving over here, and he says, hey, we're in escrow, and we see something in the documents that say that we're going to be liable for $32,000 a year as a condition of owning this property. What is that? I said, oh, well, you know, we told you about that. We were warned by the city that that was going to be a condition of your buying that property. I suggested that you talk to a real estate lawyer to look at all of those documents to make sure that you understand that that's your obligation. And I didn't hear any more, so I assumed you and your lawyers decided that that was okay and that you would go forward. Have you closed escrow yet? No, haven't closed escrow. What do you want? Well, we'd like the county to set up a meeting with us in the city to see if we can negotiate that. There's a lot of that goes on because a lot of the investors don't really understand how we do business. They don't understand the rules and regulations, and because of that, they get into sometimes a lot of trouble, and they don't realize that that EB5 project could get affected by those problems. We had another gentleman, he was an EB5 investor. He bought a home for elderly care, for health care. And he lost his license. He lost his state license because of state violations. He didn't realize how much of an impact that was going to have on his EB5 investment. Because as long as it's closed, he can't justify the jobs that and the workers that he has to hire to make that project run. So he has a problem, and either he finds another use for it where he can justify the number of jobs he has to create, or he loses his visa. Straight. So we get a lot of that. But we're working our way through that, and we're trying to figure out how to help these investors not get involved in projects that will cause them problems down the road, and do things that will put them in non-compliance for an EB5 investment project. And we have our hands full just understanding it well enough ourselves to keep them out of trouble, or give them the kind of advice they need to stay out of trouble. We like our regional centers that have demonstrated due diligence in that area, because it keeps those clients and those investors out of trouble. We want more EB5 centers that understand that process, that do their due diligence to make sure that a lot of those projects that go forward can actually pass the litmus test through that EB5 process. So this was about 5 years ago. We created our first county Office of Foreign Trade. It was the first in the United States. Counties didn't have offices of foreign trade. Since then, because of our association with the National Association of Counties and my immediate supervisor testifying in front of them some of the things that we were doing to encourage foreign trade and foreign direct investment, there is now a county in Florida who is the second county that has created an Office of Foreign Trade. And through this office, we encourage foreign direct investment, particularly through the EB5 program. We expanded our foreign trade zones. If you land in a city in Riverside County, you will probably land in an area where your company can take advantage of a foreign trade zone. We have 28 cities. Out of those 28, I believe 16 of them will fall into a foreign trade zone, and you can take advantage of that. That was just us aggressively trying to create an atmosphere that would encourage foreign trade. Helping our EB5 centers is another thing that we did to encourage foreign direct investment. There are other things that we are doing, signing trade agreements with countries. This is a county doing this. These are things that we were laughed at by the traditional international trade organizations. They said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, nobody said we couldn't do it, so we did it." And we have foreign trade agreements with Japan, Canada, Croatia, and a few cities. We don't limit it just between countries. We get foreign cities that want to sign trade agreements with us. All that means is that we're trying for Riverside County to improve the foreign trade situation in Riverside County. Come to Riverside County, you'll be welcomed like state guests, and we will utilize all the tools that are available to us to help you invest in our county. Thank you for participating, and if I can answer any questions for you about the county, I'll be happy to do so. It's actually not EB5, but it's an international trade that emphasizes agriculture. We do about $4 billion in trade of agricultural products with other countries. We have a robust agricultural sector. Most of it is out in the Coachella Valley. And so we put together an international trade summit on November 6th. Thank you. It's a good opportunity to plug it. We want that agricultural community to understand the benefits and the opportunities to doing business internationally. Many of them don't. And here's a statistic that may stun you, but 85% of all the manufacturers in the United States do not export. Think about that. think about the opportunity of that. Only 15% actually aggressively do business internationally. A lot of our farmers could do more. They don't understand the market. Someone said to me today, well, it was on the radio. They said that the market was up. Despite all that's going on here domestically, the market was up. And they named one company that's on the stock exchange. They mentioned Burger King. Now, Burger King, I believe, is also owned by a company in England, but they invest heavily here. And although they're closing Burger Kings here in the United States, their stock was dramatically up. But the reason for that is they're opening so many new stores in China, so many new stores in other countries. So it shows you how we're tied to the global market and the success of the world market. Because you could, even though you're looking at stores closing here in the United States, you could invest in Burger King and do very well. Okay? So global market is important to us, and so we want the farmers and the growers to understand that domestic marketing is not the end of the world. Only 5% of the market is here in the United States. The other 95% is in the rest of the world. So we want to help the growers, educate the growers, and then show them the opportunities to grow their businesses internationally, and that's what that summit is going to be about. Okay? All right. Thank you. I didn't mean to take that long, but welcome, and I know you're here for EB5.
Richard, thank you, and I want to thank the County of Riverside very much for hosting this event. I'll tell you what, if Rick Perry hears what you're doing in Riverside, he's going to make sure all the counties in Texas do the same thing. I'm going to introduce Nick Neri, Denise Diapola, to talk about fund administration, what funds administration does. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Greetings. My name is Nick Neri. I'm a partner and Director of Business Development at Fund Administration, which is based out of New York. I wanted to take a moment first to thank Mike Gibson, U.S. advisors, our co-presenters, the regional centers, everybody in this room, and also the folks listening in or watching in on the webinar. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our suite of products. We hope to be able to provide you with a comprehensive overview of those products, which will focus on transparency, compliance, and oversight. It's my great privilege to also introduce Denise Diapola to you.
Thank you. Do we have the presentation up? Can you just slide it to the next? Okay. So we're going to just quickly try to go over this agenda. We'll give you a little bit of background on fund administration, the importance of having an administrator, our role as the administrator, the parties that are involved in the process, the investment flow, the reporting that we're able to provide, a brief summary, and then if you have any questions, we will try to field them. So as Nick already mentioned, we are from New York. The company has been around about 15 years. And my background is in public accounting. I'm a certified public accountant. I specialized in hedge funds and investment partnerships throughout my career before I decided to venture off into strictly the administration portion of it, which to me is much more exciting. We provide outsourced solutions to financial service industry clients, which include hedge funds, fund of funds, regional centers, investment advisors, financial institutions, banks, brokers, just about anybody in the financial services industry who requires some sort of accounting and reporting.
You'll notice that we also reference state-of-the-art technology. Our technology is fully integrated, so it's a fully integrated front, middle, and back office solution. It's exceptionally highly robust, I should say, and it's customizable. So for the folks that need specific reporting, we're able to personalize that reporting for you. What's an added benefit for our organization versus many within the industry is our seasoned staff. We don't have anybody within our organization that's been with us for less than 6 years. So we have a highly seasoned staff. Their industry average is approximately 20 years. So when you bring on an organization like Fund Administration, which we're so proud of, you're bringing on a seasoned staff. Those professionals are going to be able to help and support you in all the future needs.
So the reason we feel this industry in particular needs a fund administrator is in particular for the third-party independence to boost investor confidence. As Jason mentioned earlier, that investors are now scared to invest in these types of projects because they have no information, they have nobody who has their back. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the investor. Even though it may be the project manager who hires us, the end result is we're responsible to the investor, and we take that very seriously. In addition, it kind of lowers costs by outsourcing it to a firm like ours, because there's no need to hire staff to take care of that sort of thing when you guys have other things that you could be doing, managing projects, attracting investors. And one of the things that we have found that's a requirement in a due diligence checklist, or is one of these check-the-box items, is that the administrator has a SOC 1 Type 2 report. Okay, so we have that done on an annual basis, and it's basically an audit of our policies and procedures. We have an independent public accounting firm come in and take a look at all the things that we say that we're doing, and they write a report on that. And if they find anything wrong, you would have exceptions in that report. We have a report that's been issued with no exceptions consistently. So, that's another thing we're very proud of, and it is one of those check-the-box items in a due diligence query.
When we talk about accurate and timely professional service, I referenced earlier our technology being highly robust. It enables us to actually have less employees to be able to process those types of data that need to be put into the system itself. Because it's accurate and it's timely, we're able to get the information out on it, whether it's a daily basis, a weekly basis, a monthly basis, and it's really based on the needs of each and every one of our clients. Customized reports and services, as I mentioned earlier also, we can customize those reports. So if we have investors that need to see exactly where the project is, what the funding is, and what the return may be, we're able to provide those details also. I wanted to also just reference something when Denise had mentioned investor confidence. Within the industry, J.P. Morgan put out some releases, and their releases were, at the present time, there is basically 61% of organizations out there that are using a third-party administrator. And that's to provide that transparency and compliance. Now, this may reference in the hedge fund industry, but I believe it's relevant when we talk about EB5, because the projected growth in the near future, within the next 5 years, is to increase to 81%. So we know that there's a dramatic increase and a dramatic need for that transparency and oversight. We believe that we're able to provide that to the EB5 platforms that are out there and provide that transparency and oversight with the support of our colleagues.
So in addition, even though we're kind of a small boutique firm that specializes in this area, we do work, and we are an approved strategic partner with a lot of the larger institutions, the household names that you know. We work with all of the Big Four. We work with all of the large banking institutions, and we've been vetted by them to be a service provider to all of our clients, actually. One of the main functions that we're providing in this type of a situation, Jason had mentioned earlier that the investors were concerned about depositing money into one of these projects and then possibly not having their application approved and then getting that money returned to them. So what we've kind of instituted with some of our clients is we'll act as the escrow agent. So the investor will put the money into the account, the $500,000 and possibly an administration fee, and that's accounted for separately. We will hold on to those funds until that application is approved. Once we've received confirmation that their application has been approved, then we'll deploy the money into the project. So there will never be any question of, is my investor going to be able to get their money back if their application is not approved? And this is just, one of the ways we're answering the concerns of the investors.
The AML services, when we reference AML services, we'll work in conjunction with the immigration attorney. We'll make sure that the subdocs that are received, those documents are detailed, that everything within those documents meets the expectations of AML. If there is something that is missing, we would go back to that immigration attorney, work with them and say, these are the additional documents that we do need. So we're providing that additional AML KYC type information that's needed to ensure that everything is compliant.
I've already discussed our fiduciary responsibility to the investor. So another service that we provide is we'll coordinate all of the tax and audit work that's required on any of these projects. Because I have the auditing background and tax background, it just, it flows. So we have relationships with McGladrey, who's also one of the sponsors. We've worked with them quite a bit, and we know exactly what they need, in order to complete these tasks. And, that's just an added benefit of having an administrator involved. In addition, we'll handle the cash management. We reconcile cash on a daily basis, so there's never any question of, where the cash is. We'll handle dispersing the funds into the projects, paying approved expenses. At the end of the project, we'll return the capital to the investors, and we'll pay out profits if there are any. And in the interim, we're providing capital statements to the investors. So whether it's, monthly or quarterly or annually, the investors know exactly what they have in the project. So the parties involved, I think we're all aware. It's the immigrant investor, it's the regional center, it's a company that's formed to fund the project, and then the administrator kind of keeps them all in touch with one another and collaborates all of the information to make sure that everyone is doing what they're supposed to and getting the reports that they need to understand the projects. So the way we described it earlier is that the investors will invest the money into an escrow account. Then from there it would go into the investment company or project fund, and then it will be deployed into the project. And our function again is to just keep everything connected in that flow.
Right, so from a reporting standpoint, our reporting, as I mentioned earlier, is highly robust. We have basically hundreds of different reports that we can provide on a daily basis and thousands of different variations based on how the client wants to see those reports. When we look at confirmation of subscriptions, we'll take those subscriptions, we'll take them into our system, we'll make sure that, as Denise referenced earlier, that we'll handle the cash. Some of the larger banks that we deal with also on a daily basis, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, those are two of the main banks that we would deal with. So that provides a comfort level also that we're not dealing with some of the smaller banks in the industry, so that the clients feel real comfortable with that. We take that subscription, once the dollar denomination comes in, we'll ensure that there's compliance with it, that everything is checked off, as Denise referenced earlier, check the box method. We go through that. We'll move the funds as need be. Confirmation of investment. That's also something that we're getting involved in. We'll understand what the investment looks like. if the project's on time, if the project is going to return the amount of money that we anticipate. We'll be able to make assessments basically on what has been received and where the project is based on the reports that we can provide. And then as Denise referenced also earlier, those capital statements, those can be provided based on the terms that the client requests, whether it's monthly or quarterly. It's completely up to the individual client and the individual product as to how we would be able to provide that information. And then monthly financial statements, that's something that we will work with. As Denise referenced, McGladrey is also somebody helping with the tax and audit, so that we would work with whatever companies were assigned to provide the tax and audit. We liaise with them, provide all of the details that would be needed for future documentation.
Traditionally, our reports would consist of reports that an investment manager would want to look at, but we're going to try to work with some of the other service providers who will be producing reports on the projects, and through our system, we'll disseminate those reports as we would a capital statement to an investor. We'll send them the reports on the project so that everyone's informed of what's going on, not just with the capital that's invested, but what the underlying project is doing. And part of the, I just want to go back to the confirmation of subscription, is we will send a letter notifying the investor that we received their subscription documentation and that we're processing it. And then once they cleared the application process, we'll send them a confirmation that their investment has been made into the project. So it's constantly keeping everyone informed of what's going on and acknowledging that these steps are being taken. So, I mean, in summary, it's pretty clear. I think the message we're trying to get to everyone is it's important to have third-party independent service providers involved in these types of projects to keep everybody informed and on the right track. It's obviously crucial to investor confidence, as we heard, and we just like to be a part of that. It's what we do. It's what we love to do. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I don't know how much time we have left. Okay, we have enough time because we're going to, go ahead, I'm sorry. Okay, so what I should probably explain that a little bit better. So as an administrator, typically we're administering hedge funds, but these are, the way people are structuring it now is rather than having the investor go directly into funding the project because there's nothing in between, we're having people create an investment partnership, if you will, or an LLC, and then the investors go into that. That's the piece that we're managing. And then so before it even gets to the project, we're accounting for that piece. So we'll know how many investors are in this particular fund, if you want to call it that, or partnership, before it gets to the project, and it's usually done in the form of a loan. So we're tracking the loan, and there'd be interest on that loan. And so we would calculate the amount of interest that's due from the underlying project and make sure that the cash flow comes in when it's supposed to, or at least monitor it. And then because we're not really looking at the project, that's not our job, we're not project managers, those are the reports we're going to be looking to receive from the third parties to be able to give to the underlying investors or clients. That's one side of it, is the project manager will request a certain amount of funds, but the other side of it is to make sure that we're able to release those funds out of escrow, that the client's application has been approved. So once we get that and we know we have X amount of dollars to deploy into the project, if a call is made for that money, we will then send it over. But we wouldn't. Okay. Right, so the project manager would call for that money and tell us how much and when we need to deploy it into the project, and that would vary on any project. We'll receive like a complete set of documents the same as your client would, and whatever it says in there we have to do is what we have to follow, so everything could be a little bit different.
Is there any other questions? Yes, sir.
Could you be more specific?
Are you offering an overall comprehensive one platform of service, or can you do the accounting and some of the tracking?
We can customize our services based on what the client feels is necessary to facilitate their project. So we'll do as much or as little, because I said we are a small boutique type of firm. If you want us to not do the escrow piece and you just really want us to do a different piece of what we described, we'll do as much or as little as you want. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, sir. I didn't hear.
Say it again?
Pardon?
No, usually from the developer. Yes, that's correct. So that's why I was saying we are hired by the project manager or the regional center to provide this level of comfort to the investors, but our ultimate responsibility is to the investor, even though they're not the one paying us. Sure.
Yes, sir.
Very similar, exactly, like almost like a custodian role. No, I mean, typically for a fund in general, it's about $2,500 a month, and that would, go up or down depending on the number of investors that we would have to be controlling.
Yes.
Yes, we have the ability to set that up if the client wants that. We certainly do. Per investor, each investor could have their own login, and they could pull down their own capital statements or any reports that the manager has said we are allowed to release to them, as well as K-1s, audited reports, things like that.
If they chose not to log in on the portal, though, we would have the ability to automatically send it out via email if need be.
To them and any interested parties. So if you are representing someone and you want to know exactly what's going on with their investment, as long as we were given permission, you would be included on a list of the emails that go out to that investor.
Any other questions?
So I apologize. We have a flight to catch back to New York, and I wish we could stay longer because the city is beautiful. But we did leave some information on the counter over there, and I believe Michael will be making everything available to you as well. Okay?
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah. Nick and Denise, thank you very much. One thing I want to say, I'm new to the world of fund administration, but what I would say is that if any of the issues that have recently been in the news regarding Ponzi schemes or misallocation of funds, we had one just recently in EB5 world with the USA Now, which is, I think, under investigation. So a lot of issues in EB5 with misallocation of funds, meaning the investors are sending checks into a general account, and those funds are being dispersed perhaps in ways that are not appropriate. If any of those funds had used a fund administrator, then that would have been extremely difficult to hide that activity. My recommendation, without hesitation, is for every single regional center to engage with a fund administrator. If just to make sure that what the projects are that they're managing are in compliance. but beyond that for the investor protection. So I think their role is absolutely crucial, and we can already see the cost for providing these services is very little. Okay, we have 2 more presentations, and then we're going to break around 12:15 for about a 10-15 minute break for the people on the webinar if they want to grab a lunch, quick lunch, and get back to the computers. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Michael Kester down. He's with Impact Data Source, and do you want to sit at the table or at the? Okay. Michael is going to present Impact Data Source in the Economic Impact Review.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Mike. I'm Michael Kester. I'm with Impact Data Source, and as part of the due diligence team, we are the economists that are in charge of reviewing the economic impact study. We review it to make sure that it makes sense, both from an economic modeling standpoint, and review it to make sure that it kind of crosses all the T's and dots all the I's for everything that USCIS requires from an economic study. Because an EB5 economic study isn't really like any other economic study out there exactly. EB5 program is about jobs. More jobs equals more investors. The jobs come from the economic study, so we review it very carefully to make sure that it's done correctly and that it's reasonable. Anyone can put, throw 1,000 jobs into a report, but that might not be based in reality, so we double check everything in the report. First, I just want to show a little about our background. We've been doing economic impact analysis for 20 years, and just recently, in the last 3 years, got into EB5. So we have a very deep knowledge of economic impact analysis. Our typical clients in the non-EB5 world, which we've been doing until the last 3 years where we added EB5, are economic development organizations, and our reports and our models analyze the economic and fiscal impacts for projects that involve incentives for economic development projects. So we work with the EDOs to help them make good incentive decisions. We also work on the other side with developers, so our reports can the developers can bring to the EDOs and say, our project's coming to the area, we're going to have this impact, so give us some money, give us some incentives. And we've worked in 25 states and done thousands of these over the last 20 years, so we have a very deep knowledge of economic impact analysis. In the last 3 years, when we got into EB5, one of our clients just brought us asked us if we could do an EB5 report. We had no idea what it was, but we said we'd figure it out. So 3 years later, we've been a part of several regional center approvals. We have multiple reports that are out there kind of in EB5 land, either sitting with the attorney waiting to be filed or with USCIS waiting to be completely adjudicated. We also provide preliminary analyses that our clients really like. It gives them an upfront look at the potential job creation before they get too invested into a project going along with it for EB5, because we all know not every project is a good EB5 project, and the jobs aren't always there for the level that you want as part of the capital stack. And we also do a lot of TEA work, and we also have Elliot as part of the team as well, who's an expert in the TEA area, but we do a lot of TEA analysis and advise on locations basically every day. So when as part of the team, we're reviewing someone else's economic impact study, and when we do that, we kind of take a look at it two ways: from our experience as economic impact experts, and we also try to take a look at it through the eyes of the USCIS adjudicator, because they want to see very specific things. So the first thing we do is take a look at it from a high level, and the main thing we look at the very beginning is that the economic analysis reflects what's in the business plan. A lot of times with the EB5 projects, the economic study and the business plan are kind of being done at the same time, and there's multiple drafts, and there's not always great communication. A number might get changed here, but they didn't tell the guy over here. So we check to make sure that the econ study says what's in the business plan. NAICS codes are very important. USCIS is a stickler on NAICS codes. Each job creating activity that's modeled needs to have the proper NAICS code, and they want it out to 4 digits, so we check that. Thirdly, the impact area is big. The economic study's done so we can get the spin-off jobs and include those in the count. And the impact area, the multipliers are used to project the spin-off impacts, and the multipliers are reflective of the impact area. So we check to make sure that that's reasonable. For example, a tiny micro hotel across the street here in Riverside, if we saw a study where they were applying statewide multipliers to that, we'd probably red flag that. I think it'd be hard to say a small hotel in Riverside is going to affect the entire state of California. So we would, offer our thoughts on that. So we check to make sure the impact area is reasonable and that it's also justified. USCIS wants to see why are you saying that this job's going to have this impact? And that's typically seen, good arguments are commuting patterns. The workers from this project are going to go out and spend money in this area, so that's why it is reasonable to assume that that's the impact area. Also supplier inputs, where are the suppliers to the project coming from? And then finally, as a high-level view, we just make sure that the job creation that they say is really enough to meet the investment that they say they want from EB5. Targeted employment area, we've seen a few projects that don't even mention why it's in a TEA. They just say, well, we qualify for the $500,000, but they don't provide any justification. So we make sure that it's at least identified as either a rural or a high unemployment area. If there's a certification letter that it's current, using a letter back from 2011, 2010 is not going to fly with USCIS. Just because it was a TEA doesn't mean that it still is. And then also, is the targeted employment area reasonable? There's not really any black and white rules with USCIS on the TEA, so we offer up our thoughts if we think this area, if they're kind of combining some census tracts that could be construed as gerrymandering or just looks a little crazy, or any other thoughts we have on the TEA, we'll offer that as well. And then that's kind of the high level, and then we get into kind of the details of the economic modeling. So the first is what's going into the model, the inputs. Are you using direct jobs? Are you modeling revenue to calculate the jobs or expenditures? We check to make sure they're clearly identified. You don't want a USCIS adjudicator trying to dig around a 50-page econ study to try to figure out what's actually going into the model. So we make sure, if you're modeling $10 million in revenue, that's clear. Again, it's reflective of the business plan and other documents. If the business plan says there's going to be $10 million in revenue, during year 2 of operations, but the econ study is modeling 15, it's going to be an automatic RFE. They're not going to trust either document or either number. And then very important, what's going into the model needs to be vetted and shown to be reasonable. USCIS doesn't allow anything that's just sort of pulled out of thin air. Even if the number's reasonable, we still need to say why. You can compare it to industry benchmarks, whatever we can glean from any market study or feasibility analysis that's been done, anything to show them that these numbers are coming from somewhere. And then the economic modeling itself, checked that it conforms to the EB5 convention. Construction is handled properly with indirect and induced jobs counting only for construction that lasts less than 2 years. As Jason mentioned earlier, it hopefully avoids tenant occupancy and does not go for guest spending, as that can just lead to very lengthy back and forth with USCIS. Applies proper discounting. For example, RINS 2 multipliers are on a 2010 level, but we're looking at revenue projections from 2015, 2016, construction expenditures from 2013 and so on. Those need to be brought back to the multiplier price level to apply the expenditures properly. USCIS requires very specific impacts to be shown, such as construction, utilities. We make sure that all those are in there, that the model methodology is discussed, and the multipliers are clearly identified. Again, you don't want an adjudicator having to dig around to figure out what multipliers you're actually using. And then that the total job creation is calculated correctly and that it's reasonable. If you're using a revenue method to project direct jobs and, the revenue method is projecting, 100 direct jobs, but, really your business is probably only going to have 10 there, we'll, offer up our thoughts on that, and that job creation really isn't reasonable for what the project is actually going to do. As Mike mentioned earlier, we have our kind of base red flag level. So for what we do on the red flag level is just identify the potential issues. For the next level, standard verification, give you a detailed description. We'll cite any USCIS guidelines, and we'll also provide a risk rating that we'll do kind of on a weighted average across certain categories of things that go into the econ study. And then for the premium verification, we'll do a sensitivity analysis to see, so for example, if, again, if you have a hotel that's targeting $10 million in revenue, that's the input going into the model, but it's a project that doesn't have a lot of cushion, so what happens if you don't hit that $10 million and you only hit 9? Is that going to drop your job creation total down below where you'll be leaving some investors out? So we'll do those types of sensitivity analysis to see, if this happens, what happens to your job creation total. And then potentially we could redo the analysis using an alternate economic model. So if it was done with RIMS 2, we can take a look at it in IMPLAN, see how IMPLAN shakes out, if there's any big differences between the two. Here's just a really quick kind of example of what we would look at. So sample project, 10 EB5 investors, need 100 jobs. The econ study is projecting 120, so have a 20 job cushion, not bad. You can see the jobs break out, 25 from construction, 40 from operations, and 55 from visitor spending. As Jason brought up the visitor spending issue earlier, so looking at it, is your visitor spending argument really strong enough? And even if it is an amazing argument, is it really going to fly with USCIS? So what happens if we remove the visitor spending? That only leaves 65 jobs for 10 investors, and that's probably not the position you want to be in. So we offer up our thoughts on issues like that. I think that's the end of it. I do not have my contact information up here, but I'll leave some business cards on the table. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to field those now. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Well, and I tell you, the work that Michael and the other guys at IDS, at Impact Data Source, that they do is tremendous. And the reason I say that is because, by and large, and I hope I'm not saying a secret, the quality of work in the EB5 industry, the economic impact analysis, is very poor. We see, when we do the review, a very large number of errors, very simple errors, inputs not matching up throughout the report, the outputs not being reasonable, different methodologies being used. And we understand that the reason there are so many RFEs, and we've been told over 90% of the projects, 526s or 924s, are being RFE'd. The reason, part of it you can say, is USCIS adjudication is not clear or consistent. And I think that's a fair argument. There's not a lot of guidance as to what will be approved and what, and sometimes the goalpost changes. What's being approved one year may not be approved in the future. I understand that, and there's a huge amount of frustration from us on the user side of the industry from USCIS. But to be fair, the quality of reports that they're seeing it's really quite poor. So part of this process that we do, as we are not, I'm an economist by training, but I'm not a qualified impact analyst, I can't do the review. So having firms like Impact Data Source do a second check of the impact, the jobs report, I think is extremely valuable, not only for the investors and their attorneys, who should do this as a matter of course, but I think also for the regional centers, who are finding that some of their projects are being delayed 6 months, a year or more, simply because of a poorly produced EIA. Right, can we, there's a QPM presentation. Can we put that? Oh, okay, John Ott, who is one of our presenters, was not able to make it today, so I'm going to attempt to do a quick version of his presentation that he did for us in Austin. What I'm going to say about QPM and the work that Quality Project Management does is they represent 25% of the Fortune 100. So what they're doing is the companies who are engaging them are asking them to go on site and verify that what they've contracted the contractor to do is actually happening, that the projects are on time and on budget. Well, what could be more important for the EB5 investors? And my message, this presentation, is not so much for the project developers who should engage a firm like QPM to do this, because we meet very, very few developers who have the in-house capability to do this. We've yet to meet a regional center that has the capability to do what QPM can do. So this service is important for them. But the audience for this are the agents marketing these projects, the attorneys representing the clients, and of course the investors. Because how in the world, if you're an attorney and you've been practicing EB5 for more than a few years, 2, 3, 4 years, you have maybe 10 or 20 EB5 clients a year. Some firms have several hundred. And they're scattered in projects across the United States, varying time frames, varying locations, different industries. How can you keep track? How is it possible for you to know what's happening? Now, I'm sure you're getting the reports from the center or from the developer, but how can you trust that? In cases where they want to commit fraud, they just simply issue the reports on time, we're on budget report to you. You have no idea. You cannot independently confirm whether this is happening or not. So the reason we reached out to QPM and some other firms who do project management due diligence is to help us identify what we consider to be the most crucial component of the entire EB5 process, and that is once the capital has been deployed, once it has left escrow, what happens? All of the projects that have failed recently through fraud, misrepresentation, or simply for economic reasons, they've run out of capital, all of them, in no case has there been any announcement prior to the failure until the court documents have been filed, or the FBI or the SEC investigations. In not one case was an attorney or an investor notified that this project was in trouble. So the earlier comments from Fund Administration and QPM, along with the auditor, are crucial to the industry's understanding of what is happening once the capital has been released. It's so important, and right now in EB5, it's not being done. The capital is released from escrow. Nobody in this industry has any idea what's happening other than the contractor on the ground, and maybe they are not disclosing to the regional center, to the attorneys. Remember, there may be 200 or 300 clients in there, and these guys are contractors. They're not in the job of providing assessment reports to clients, especially if your clients are speaking foreign languages. So the work that QPM and Fund Administration and the other firms were bringing in is crucial to the immigration attorneys who are viewing this presentation, to understanding where do your clients sit. You don't want to be in the position of filing an I-829 not knowing what has happened to the project.
What's the expectation? I'm new to this. What's the expectation for the EB5 investor to receive ongoing income during the duration of the 5-year period?
Okay, so the question for the audience who may not have heard, what's the expectation for the investor to receive income in the interim before the final exit? Is income important, or is it just the exit? Our experience has been, and I think Jason mentioned this earlier, income is not a huge component. In fact, in most EB5 cases, the average return is between 0.5%, 1%, so they're not as concerned with income. I think from our standpoint as financial analysts, we want to see that the project is actually operational, that they are doing what they said that they would be doing in the business plan, because if they are not doing that, then USCIS has the option to deny the application. If the capital was not fully invested or invested in the manner that was described in the business plan, the matter of hoe issue, then that is reason enough for denial, which is the main purpose of investing. But beyond that, I mean, we saw this with the South Dakota meatpacking plant. They went through several rounds of financing, and in the end they went bankrupt. Probably all of those investors are going to, their 829 will be denied. For sure they've lost their capital investment, or most of it. But in that case, there had been no interim reports generated by the developers. And I can see why they wouldn't want to. No developer wants to come out and say, we're 2 years behind schedule, we're 5 times over the budget. I mean, these aren't government agencies.
The duty and responsibility of someone who's taking money from an investor is to provide them with adequate response. I'm a registered investment advisor. I've been in the industry for over 50 years. I mean, I go to jail for doing that kind of thing.
Right. You have a different fiduciary responsibility. Us as RIAs, we do. And that's why I say, for us, when we generate recommendations, we want to be knowledgeable that the recommendation, that where we put clients, they're going to be well suited by getting them these reports on time. The problem is, you and I are in the minority. Most people in the industry simply don't care. And I'm not saying that they don't care. For them, it's too cumbersome. How can an immigration attorney who's running a multidiscipline practice with maybe 5 or 10 EB5 clients monitor the progress of all these construction projects? They can't. It's not their duty. They should, though, try to find the projects, and this is really our point. So I think the earlier question was, who pays for this? So what we're trying to say, the developer should pay for this, and say then to the immigration communities, to the agents, to the investors, we've paid for this service. It's free. We want your clients and the immigration attorneys to have these reports. We want them to know we're on time, we're on budget, we're completing the construction phase as expected, we're going to be operational as outlined, and you're going to be able to count all of the direct, indirect, and induced jobs from the construction as well as from the operation. But the individual immigration attorneys can't do that. The immigration agents, perhaps if they're large enough, can do that. But it should be the onus of the developers and the regional centers to insist before they fund the project, we want independent monitoring. I mean, we're talking about the clients who hire these QPM to do, Starbucks, McDonald's, Wells Fargo, Home Depot, FedEx. Why would they do it? They have the capability in-house to do it. Why do they outsource? They outsource because they want an independent third party to say, yes, your 10,000 stores are being built on time, on budget. So nobody in the industry individually has the ability to do this. It has to be a collective decision. The agents have to request that. The immigration attorneys have to say, we will not put a client into a project that does not have this independent monitoring. Why would they? Otherwise, I just have to hope that you tell me the truth. Can we? Yeah.
Yeah. You have a quick clue.
Okay, so I'm going to do this introduction about QPM. Project management. As I've mentioned before, their clients are very large Fortune 100, 500, 1,000 companies. They hire them to go on site and review that things are basically being done as contracted. So they, EB5, we all know, commercial real estate is 70–80% of the project offering. This is who they generally cover. The national retail clients, okay, they're well-known name brands. So the way they do this is they have a project management software called QPM, or ProTrack, I apologize, called ProTrack. There was an earlier question on the fund administration side. If investors have a login, they can log in and see that the disbursement of funds and others aspects of the administration, if they can have access to that. QPM has the same thing. They have something called ProTrack, and what they do is the reports, once they're generated, once the auditor has gone to the site and has gone through the punch list and wherever they are in the phase, they upload a report, and the investors have access to that. The regional center, the attorneys, they all have access to this. This is a system they use across the board. Now, it can be custom tailored. I've seen it, and it is, some projects have, I think, some of the more complex projects have over, say, 500 fields. They are monitoring a lot of individual components that are very crucial to being completed on time before they can move to the next field. Others are maybe not so much, 50, 100 individual, but they can all be customized. So for the regional center operators who are watching, you can design the system to be more complex or easier for your customers to be, for the investors to be able to find the information they need to know. It is an extremely comprehensive, it's not a spreadsheet. So we've been doing this a long time. We monitor a lot of projects. I would say 9 out of 10 times we get an Excel spreadsheet, which used to be fine in 1980 when that's what there was. But I don't find it acceptable now, because the problem is these are delegated to maybe interns or second and third tier personnel within the regional center or whoever's managing the investment. And it's very easy for them to wipe out a whole row of cells. And then they're really in a bad position. So this is a customizable, integrated system that is proprietary, and it's very robust. I'm not going to go through all the customization. If anybody is interested in this, I can easily put you in touch with John. He can give you a webinar demo of this. But I've seen it, and it is extremely robust and very, very, very complete for anybody who is interested in project management. Here's some more details about the customization. As I say, you can imagine, he gave us a story about Starbucks. So Starbucks is rolling out a new bakery product. It's going to be in all Starbucks in about 6 months. And this is coming from, they purchased a smaller French bakery maker out of the Seattle area. And they had 5 or 10 stores. Well, they liked their product so much, they want to roll it out in all the Starbucks. I think Starbucks has 10 or 20,000 stores, maybe more. And what they need is they need 2 pieces of machinery, and they're both about 2 feet by 2 feet by about 5 feet. I think one is a baker and the other is a holding pan. Well, Starbucks doesn't have much room in each location. They're very tight. So they gave the contractors 2 days, they go in at night, to retrofit this. And they have a team of contractors going around the country. So you can imagine they've hired, I don't know, 100 or 500 contractors to do this. So the consistency and quality is very, very hard for them to measure in Seattle. So they hired QPM to come in. QPM comes in on the second day before they open the store and release the funds to the contractor. They has to go through something like a 50-point check. And it's, again, Starbucks can't handle this. So they outsource it, and that's what they do for them, and it's very highly customizable. Obviously for Wells Fargo, FedEx, Home Depot, the fields and the reporting would be completely different. Okay, capital planning. What is the number one reason EB5 projects fail? They run out of money. And unfortunately, for most of them, they have no other external source of funding. So capital planning, from my standpoint, is the key. If you have unlimited access to capital, eventually you can make any project succeed. You just dump enough money. But in the world that we live in the real world, access to capital is very difficult. And the problem is, when we see the pro formas, the projections that are being given to us are extremely unrealistic in terms of the construction costs. And I'll tell you another thing about EB5. We've never seen such inflated soft costs. So one of the reasons developers don't care, and I'm not saying all developers, but there are some developers in EB5, they don't care because they're going to make their money up front. They inflate all of these soft costs up front so they can get their fees, and you find the hard costs. Let's say what would normally be, when you get $1 in, you spend 90 cents on building, 10% on soft costs, engineering and architectural, marketing, what have you. What we see in EB5 in a lot of cases is more than 50% soft costs. They go to, who knows, we don't know where they go. But the actual cement, iron, grading, construction, less than 50%. So the problem is they run out of capital because they simply overestimate the amount of revenue that they will be able to get in once they start construction. Another thing we see very oftentimes is when they lease it, when it's COs, they're estimating leases they're going to be 95% leased within 6 months at the top end of the market. And this is extremely unrealistic, especially in a soft market, which we're just coming out of, where all of the retailers, if they're in a building, are renegotiating lease. So marketing capital planning for the attorneys, again, who want to know that the funds are being well utilized, is extremely important. The nice thing about QPM is you hire them to do the work that you need for them to do. Once a contract is finished, you're done. So if you do 2 projects a year, you have 2 limited engagements. The projects run 6 months, a year, 2 years. Once the project COs, the engagement is done. You do not have to hire these people and have them sit in staff, whether you're doing high load or low load. So you can have them come in and go. And that's the reason why the Fortune 100, 500 hire them. When they're in periods of high construction, they bring in a lot of consultants. And when they're not, the engagement is done. So again, the fees on the fees, this is something you would need to discuss with them. But compared to doing it in-house, it's going to be far cheaper than you can do, and I think the quality is going to be higher. Plus, it's independent. For the attorneys who are listening, if I get 2 reports, one is generated from the developer, the regional center, and one is generated from QPM, I can go and see their on-track system, monitor the progress completion. I know which one I'm choosing, because the one from the spreadsheets that may be updated by a college intern may not be as accurate as an on-field, on-site inspection by somebody who's qualified to do a thorough punch review. These are some sample tables, rollout schedules, budgets. You can see there's no spreadsheet that's going to do this. It's not possible. Regional centers can't build that, and why would they? So the option is either try to do it in-house, build it yourself if you want to do this, or subcontract it. And to me, I can't see how anybody can do it faster, easier, cheaper than by using a professional firm to generate. These are some of the daily reports. Obviously, you don't want to bombard your clients daily, but for the attorneys, a monthly report, something letting you know if there's any major issues with the development would be good. The option is there for daily. If you have an attorney, some of the law firms handle several hundred cases in a single project, you may want a daily report. email notifications, so they can send emails out to whoever is designated, attorneys, fiduciaries, agents, investors. Here's some of the clients, well-known brands. Again, these guys have been doing this for a very long period of time, much longer than since EB5 has been around. And my sense is that if the future is going to be going to more openness, more transparency, and engaging with firms like QPM and the fund administration, impact data source. This is going to be the way the industry moves forward as more of these projects start to fail for whatever reason. Some feedback. We did a lot of research before we partnered with a project management firm, and for my money, they're the best in the industry. So I would encourage everybody here, if they're interested, we can get this deck to you. If you have any other questions, don't ask me, ask John, and he'd be more than happy to chat with you. With that, I have 12. Why don't we take about a 15-minute break, and we'll come back here at 12:15. Thank you. Okay, we're running a little bit late, so I'd like to ask if everybody could get... Cheers. Testing. Testing, testing. Hold on. Testing. No, I think he's going to present from the podium. But can he see? Can we move that back so... Yeah. Yvonne, do you want to come up and sit by the side here, or you're okay? Okay. Can you hear? I think. Testing, testing. Do you want? Yeah, come on up. All right. So I'd like to, are we on? Are we rolling? Okay. I'd like to introduce our next two speakers, John Tischler with the firm Shepherd Mullen, and Yvonne Yu, broker-dealer. John's a securities attorney, I should mention. Yvonne Yu, broker-dealer with Key West Investments. And what's the name of the Key West Financial Plan also? Investment Bank. Okay. Yvonne is going to be speaking about some BD issues, which I think after Sarah's earlier remarks regarding solicitation and Reg D and Reg S are going to be of a lot of interest to our audience, especially the people who are just coming into the market now with their first offerings. So I'm really excited about this panel because I think for the most part, securities issues in the industry have been largely ignored or just not really given the importance that the immigration issues have been. And I think a lot of what happens in our industry going forward is going to be related to securities issues regarding either non-compliance, regulatory action, or perhaps investor action. So I'm going to turn it over to John, and he's going to give us some comments, and then Yvonne, and then if there's any securities questions, they'll both be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. As Mike mentioned, I'm a securities lawyer. I've been doing this about 21 years. I consider the EB5 opportunity to be, very, very exciting. I think it's exciting for all people involved. It's a great program for developers. It provides a low-cost source of capital for developers. It's a great program for foreign nationals to get a visa. It's created a lot of industry around the regional center industry. I really think that this is a program that should be a win-win. Our legislators seem to agree. They keep renewing the program. It's got some growing pains, though, and I think for me, sitting in the audience, a lot of this program is about getting over the growing pains and implementing the processes that we expect to see in any major investment program. Again, I've been in securities law for 21 years. There's certain ways that people raise money, certain laws they have to comply with, but not just laws, but then there's also practices. There are things that are not legislated that the law doesn't say you absolutely have to do, but people simply do in order to be able to raise the money. We have seen historically an absence of those types of practices in the EB5 area, and a lot of our prior speakers are really simply offering things that we commonly see in many other areas. And that kind of brings me to one of the themes that I want you to keep in mind while we're speaking. How many of you saw the video that came out in the spring that went viral of a high school teacher giving a graduation speech that was called "You're Not Special"? Did anybody see that? Mike saw it. Yeah, it's a great speech. You can YouTube, just type "You're Not Special," you'll find it. His message to high school seniors in the graduating class was, you're not as special as your parents have made you out to be. The world's a tough place, and you're going to have to be competitive in it. My sort of message to the audience that I cater to as a securities attorney in EB5 is, you're not special. I mean, these laws apply to all capital raising, and they apply to you But you don't have to feel victimized by that because they apply to the entire industry of raising capital in this country, which is enormous. It's not that hard to comply with these laws. It's only hard if your mindset is that I don't have to comply with these laws. Then it's very hard. But it's actually relatively easy to comply with these laws if you're simply mindful of them and build them into the cost and timing for your project. There's enough money in EB5 to easily pay the costs of a good compliance program. People just aren't doing it because they aren't in the habit of doing it. That brings me to another theme that I'd like you to keep in mind as I'm talking through my slides here, which is, in my mind, the fundamental economic bargain of EB5 is that we have investors that don't care about rate of return. They only care about return of their capital. And we have project developers, we have economic activity that's very sensitive to rate of return. I mean, it's very simple. Whatever return you're paying to the investors, your business has to produce. Right? If you have to pay investors 10% a year to get your money, it means your business has to make more than 10% a year with whatever it is that you're doing. Okay? So that sets a minimum before you're going to be making 1 penny for yourself if you have to pay investors 10% a year. If you can lower that cost of capital and pay investors 5% a year, it's much easier to get your project done. It's much easier to have a profit for yourself, which is why people engage in these projects all the time. So it's that, some might call it an arbitrage opportunity, that you have projects that would normally pay more for their capital can pay a lot less for their capital and therefore can make a lot more money on their projects, or that spread can actually help make a project feasible. That's what the developer's getting, and they're able to get that because you have investors that, unlike the typical investor, don't care about rate of return. In my mind, that's the entire economic justification for the EB5 program as we see it. So what's not in what I just said? What's not in what I just said is that I don't think EB5 is appropriate for projects that can't and shouldn't get funded anyway. And it has been used for that, as some of our speakers have said. You know, we've had projects that basically it doesn't pencil out. Not only aren't they going to make 10% a year, they aren't going to make anything per year. And they go to a bank, and the bank says, oh, sorry, I don't think you're going to make anything on this. And so then they go to the EB5 market where people weren't doing the basic due diligence, and they were getting money through that. I don't think that's a legitimate use for the program. If the program is going to be dependent on that, I frankly think it's going to get shut down by Congress eventually. The good news is it doesn't have to be dependent on that because we have this cost of capital delta that can power this whole program. And the cost of capital delta is huge. I mean, it is just huge. You've got a typical project in today's market will pay 4 to 6% cost of capital for EB5 all in, and that's at a risk tier that would normally cost between 8 and 14%. So that is a big benefit if you're raising $20, $30, $40, $50 million. And that's why I think we have project sponsors in the audience, is because they're interested in that benefit, and regional centers are working in that benefit. So I want to frame everything that I'm going to talk about in terms of that. Even though I'm going to be talking about legal compliance, that's what we're all after, is working inside that delta. And there are certain laws that we have to comply with to do that. Okay. A lot of what's in my presentation here was already covered by Sarah earlier today, and I'm going to assume that the audience heard Sarah's great presentation earlier today. So I'm not going to repeat the things that she said. I'm just going to cover the themes that are meaningful to me as a securities lawyer. On this slide is a list of the major securities laws that apply to EB5 programs. And again, these apply to all investment programs. EB5 is not special. There are laws about the offer and sale of securities, 2 different types of rules there. There are laws that require the registration or qualification of offerings or the availability of an exemption. And then there are what are called anti-fraud rules, which go to the quality of disclosure in an offering. There are laws about broker-dealer registration. There are laws governing investment advisors. Mike's a registered investment advisor. He's under a legal scheme for that. And then there are laws governing investment companies, specifically the Investment Company Act. So for the offer and sale of securities, what I want to highlight here is that we have the exemptions, and Sarah talked about those quite a bit. Starting in September of this year, there's an exemption available that will more easily allow general solicitation. As Sarah pointed out, general solicitation was routinely used throughout the EB-5 program, even though there was no exemption for it. But now there actually is, but it requires some more work on verifying that people are accredited investors. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. As Sarah mentioned, the penalty for failing to register is a rescission right. That's a 5-year right under federal law, and that ties in nicely with the time frame in which investors actually expect to get their money back. So from 5 years after the investment is made, if you did not qualify for an exemption, it's a guaranteed right to get your money back. Now, it's not quite guaranteed because there has to be someone there to actually give the money back. Right? It's a guaranteed cause of action, but it's not a pool of money. So where's that money going to come from? So some people will say to me, okay, John, I understand there's this rescission right if I don't do it right, but I'm borrowing the money anyway. I got to repay the money under the loan. So who cares? And to which I usually ask, well, are you personally guaranteeing that loan? No, I'm not doing that. Well, if you don't comply with the securities laws, you are personally guaranteeing that loan because it's a personal liability for persons that are primarily involved in these offerings. And that's why this is very meaningful, even if you have an obligation to pay this back. It's been mentioned a little bit earlier today about who would come in and enforce these things. In other areas that I've worked in my career, we routinely encounter what we call the plaintiff's bar. And the plaintiff's bar are some very, very smart attorneys. A lot of them are in San Diego. I know them. I go to events with them. They show up in the law school class that I co-teach. These are formidable opponents. And they bring lawsuits on behalf of classes of investors for securities law violations. The investors don't need to do anything. These plaintiffs' lawyers will initiate these lawsuits on their own, and they're very smart. They understand the law. They'll go find the plaintiffs they need if they find a violation. Now, to date, we have not seen the involvement of these firms in the EB-5 program. I think part of that is they don't know about it. I was actually talking to one of these people a few weeks ago, and he was anxious to hear about this program. Another reason that we don't see them is because of the nature of EB-5, people don't actually want their money back until they have removal of all their conditions. If they actually got their money back, the money wouldn't be at risk and they'd lose their visa. So we have sort of an interesting situation where the investors actually don't want their money back for maybe 4 years, but then they very much want their money back. So a lot of the programs are not old enough such that these plaintiffs' attorneys would have an interested audience. But it's coming. And the fact that it hasn't been here yet doesn't mean it won't be coming. And I can tell you the size of some of these programs. The South Dakota program was 160 investors. This was $80 million. That's plenty big for the plaintiffs' attorneys to make money. I mean, a typical arrangement will be they'll get a third of what they recover. If they can find $80 million, now I don't know whether they're going to find it in that program, but if they can find someone who has that money, a company that's involved or somebody with ancillary liability, getting a third of that makes it worthwhile for the plaintiffs' lawyers to do their investigation. So I want to highlight that that's out there for a lot of these programs. And I'd say that sort of the more respectable your company is, the more assets you have, the more you're a target, the more you'll be a target of this kind of thing. Yeah. I'm not able to answer that question. There may be other people who can. I don't know the facts of South Dakota. Yeah, the question was how did they qualify for a TA in South Dakota, and I didn't know the particular facts, but Michael Kester was just pointing out that it was a rural location, right? And that's how they were able to do that. But be that as it may, we've got $80 million that was lost in that. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money in anybody's book. I think other aspects of offer and sale of securities, I want to emphasize, what are called the anti-fraud rules really don't, in day-to-day practice for us, don't have a lot to do with fraud. Fraud to a lawyer means an intent to deceive. And while that does exist in EB-5, and a couple of regional centers have been shut down with allegations that they were actively intending to deceive, so much of the problems that we see are not anybody intending to deceive, but rather just not disclosing things that are considered important. And in many cases, it's because the people making the disclosure don't know that they're important. And in many cases, it's because the people receiving the disclosure don't know that they're important. So oftentimes we'll find that neither the project sponsor nor the investor really understands the cash flow analysis to determine whether a project is feasible or not. If they don't understand it, it's not going to be disclosed. It's not anybody attempting to deceive anybody. It's just that people just don't know material information about the investment. In other cases, we'll see not so much an intent to deceive, but really a view that I don't think we need to tell people that because, it would be uncomfortable to tell them that, and maybe I've concluded it's not that important. The classic example that we see on that is the amount of money that's paid to the marketing agents. In other, people always ask me, do we have to disclose that? Is it required to be disclosed? It's a complicated legal question, but here's a way that I can make it easy. In every other area that I've worked in 21 years, you have to disclose the amount of money that you're paying to the sales agents. You don't necessarily have to disclose it down to the penny, but you have to disclose that we'll pay it in a range, we'll pay fees up to a certain amount. There's different ways that we can do it, but in nowhere other than EB-5 have I seen people be silent on it. And I can also tell you that in many cases where the SEC has come in and brought actions against different investment schemes, it's a routine allegation that there were high commissions that weren't disclosed. In EB-5, it's pretty routine to see commissions at the 20% level. That will be considered high by people at the SEC. That's higher than FINRA will allow any broker-dealer to make on a private placement. Hence, you can expect that the SEC will consider that to be a high amount of commission. So when you conclude that that's not important, I don't need to disclose it, or I can be very generic about it, just that I'm paying commissions out of a big pool of money, maybe. I'm not going to say that that's necessarily wrong, but I'm going to say that's not a conclusion that anybody would reach in any other area that I work in. So that's a lot of how we think about these anti-fraud issues, is what would we do in other areas? Again, getting back to EB-5 is not special. What I would advise clients to disclose in an overseas bond offering, we do a fair amount of that work, there's no reason why the same things shouldn't be disclosed in an EB-5 program. The broker-dealer laws, Sarah mentioned that these are complex. I'm not going to repeat, again, I'm not going to repeat what she said. She mentioned that they're complex, and I agree, but they're complex in a particular way. They're murky. They're just very unclear. There's not a lot of clarity in the case law or in the statute itself or the regulations as to what's permitted and what's prohibited. So the way that I usually speak about this is, look, the law itself is unclear. However, the SEC staff, the people that work at the SEC, they are not unclear about broker-dealer registration. They have a very defined point of view on this. And their point of view is anybody making any sort of success-based fee, what they call a salesman's interest in a deal, must be registered as a broker-dealer, except in the case where they have no U.S. jurisdiction over that person. So if somebody is in a foreign country and they never step foot in the United States and they never make a cell phone call in the United States and they never send an email from the United States, then the SEC is reluctantly willing to concede that there's nothing that they can do about that person. But as soon as that person travels here and makes a single telephone call from within the United States, the SEC's view is anybody making a success fee needs to be registered as a broker-dealer. They have lost on that in at least one court case, which they decided not to appeal, because I think they decided it wasn't the best facts to appeal. But that's their view. So anybody who doesn't accept that view and does their own analysis, which sometimes people pay us to do that, needs to realize that no matter what any lawyer tells you, me or anybody else, the SEC disagrees. So if you're going to go against that view, you got to be prepared to fight the SEC. You got to be prepared to incur the costs of fighting the SEC. And if anybody wants to know what that is, I'll be happy to talk to you after the program. There's people in my firm that make a great deal of money. I'll tell you, they make a lot more money on doing that kind of work than I make helping people comply with the law. A lot more, like 5 or 10 times as much. So if you're willing to take that on, then you can absolutely have your arguments, and we can do your best to support it. The other thing that the SEC has made clear about broker-dealer registration is that not only do they have the position that anybody making a commission needs to be registered, they also articulated in their April stakeholder call that they did with USCIS that they think the broker-dealer laws also apply to what they call traditional investment banking activities. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what that means. You know, you could ask the question, is a regional center that follows a typical model in EB5, which is they will raise money from foreign investors using foreign marketing agents who will claim that they don't step foot in the United States. They come and they take that money, they pool it, and then they proceed to make a loan, a commercial loan, to a company. You get the question, does that require broker-dealer registration? Well, if all of the marketing activity was offshore, then arguably not subject to SEC jurisdiction. And if you're just making a loan, it's arguably not even a security. It's just because loans aren't always securities. Or even if it is, maybe you're not getting any kind of commission for making that loan. You are getting paid interest on that loan. So there are definitely arguments here that no broker-dealer registration is required for that traditional function that many regional centers do. On the other hand, if we say, traditional investment banking activity, well, I'm not exactly sure what that means. I understand investment banking activity as companies that go around and say, you've got something, you've got a project, you need money, I'll help you get the money. Well, that's what these regional centers do. They help you get the money. They do it in a certain way, and that may or may not be exempt from broker-dealer registration. Again, people following this business model have to be prepared for the SEC to disagree with their conclusion that they don't need to register as broker-dealers. We are seeing an emerging trend of broker-dealers entering this industry. I think that's a very good thing for the industry from many different directions. Yvonne will talk about this in more detail, so actually I think I'll leave that to her. But we are seeing it. There are now broker-dealers operating in this industry. The current state of play is they can't do as large of projects as can be done by these Chinese marketing agents. They just don't have networks that are big enough to do that right now. But I think if I'm up here again in 6 months, I hope to have a different story to tell on that. The Investment Advisors Act, I don't think Sarah covered that. Up until a federal statute called the Dodd-Frank Act, people that managed funds of investments were almost always considered exempt from the Investment Advisors Act because they could count the entire fund as one client, and then they were subject to an exemption for having less than 15 clients because the whole fund was one client. Dodd-Frank more or less eliminated that for most investment advisors. So now most fund managers now need to think about, they definitely need to think about the Investment Advisors Act. And if you do this work in any volume, you actually have to register either under the state investment advisor rules or the federal investment advisor rules. I'm not going to go through those in detail, but this is an area where we see widespread noncompliance in EB5. In fact, I see very few that have registered under the Investment Advisors Act. I have never been involved in advising someone that they didn't have to register, so I'm not sure what conclusions of law they're relying on to conclude that if they manage the requisite dollar amount of investments that they don't have to register. But we're seeing a lot, we're not seeing a lot of compliance there, and I expect we're going to see the SEC step in. They do know about this. They mentioned the Investment Advisors Act in their stakeholder call in April. So there's no reason that we're not going to see them coming in and starting to bring enforcement actions against people managing funds that are above $150 million, the federal threshold for registration. By the way, that's total. That's not just one fund. That's all the ones that you do, if they get above that dollar amount, federal registration is generally required. If federal registration is required, you start having to worry about having to have larger investors in your funds. For some complicated rules having to do with how you can be compensated as an investment advisor. There are times when you need to have qualified investors, which require them to have $2 million in net worth instead of the typical accredited investor definition, which is $1 million in net worth. Again, we're not seeing a whole lot of attention to this because people just are not complying with it. Another federal statute that's out there that we advise our clients on is the Investment Company Act. The Investment Company Act is the statute that governs mutual funds. If you buy a Fidelity mutual fund, that's a registered investment company. They have all kinds of laws that they have to follow in order to be in that kind of business. As a practical matter, it's impossible to follow those laws as a private fund manager in EB-5. So you have to reach a conclusion that you're not subject to the Investment Company Act in order to be working in the EB-5 area. There are some exemptions available that work for a lot of EB-5 funds. If the fund has less than $50 million, that means it has less than 100 investors, and it will qualify for the 3C1 exemption. So if you're under $50 million, this is pretty easy. If you're over $50 million, this gets very difficult. Again, we've seen a number of funds that are over $50 million, and we shrug our shoulders not knowing how people have concluded that they don't have to comply with the Investment Advisors Act. I'm sorry, excuse me, with the Investment Company Act. So what has been the SEC's involvement? If we take the speeding analogy that Mike used earlier, if you imagine a country road and there's a sign that says 55 miles an hour and nobody's enforced that for 5 years, people just speed. And if you're in the unfortunate position of getting a phone call, like I often am, from somebody saying, is it okay if I drive 75 on that road? I have to say, I'm a business person as well as an attorney. I have to say, well, the sign says 55. I can't tell you it doesn't say 55. It says 55. But I haven't seen a speed trap there in 5 years. So you have to decide whether you think you're not going to see one while you're driving on it. I really can't answer that question for you. I can just tell you that it does say 55. That's been a lot of what's been going on. That analogy has been going on in EB-5. Well, the speed traps have started to show up. And they've showed up in 3 major things that the SEC has already done. There's things going on at the SEC that haven't been made public yet as well. The first thing that they did was in February, they shut down the Chicago Convention Center project. That got a lot of write-ups and has really shaken up the industry. In April, I've mentioned it a couple of times, the SEC held a stakeholder call where they explained their position on a number of these legal issues. Those positions, they weren't surprising at all to securities lawyers that have been practicing in this area. They were the same things we had been saying. But they were, I think, a little surprising to people that were somehow hoping that it wasn't true. So they're very clear on what their positions are on these matters. And then just very recently, this month, they did 2 things. They shut down another regional center in Texas that they alleged was committing fraud, stealing investors' money, deploying it to unrelated businesses, and doing other nasty things. And then they also issued a joint alert on investor fraud. And Yvonne, I think you're going to talk about that alert, right? So we'll put a placeholder there, and we'll let Yvonne talk about that. So as of September of this year, it is now legal to generally solicit for investments under Regulation D. Sarah talked earlier, for EB-5 programs, they are almost always, actually in my experience, always relying on either Regulation S or Regulation D. Regulation S is applicable to if you have investors that are not U.S. persons, meaning they're not in the United States. It has a more technical meaning than that, but for our purposes, we'll just say they're not in the United States. By the way, a big problem with Regulation S is that many states do not have a coordinating exemption for Regulation S. For example, in the state I'm standing in right now and where I practice law, California, we do not have a coordinating Regulation S exemption. What that means that if you're in the state of California, if you're doing anything in the state of California relating to your offering, if you have an office here, if you're soliciting funds in California, Regulation S basically doesn't help you. You need to have a California exemption, which tends to track Regulation D. So that means anybody here in California really needs to have a Regulation D exemption for everything, even though federally they might rely on Regulation S. We have a concurrent jurisdiction under our securities laws. They're enforced by both federal law and by state law. So for people that are in states like California, Regulation S has limited utility, and we're really relying on Regulation D. Regulation D does now allow general solicitation, provided that all of the purchasers are in fact accredited investors, and also provided that the issuer of those securities takes reasonable steps to verify that people are accredited investors. So what are reasonable steps? The good news here for EB5 is that the reasonable steps are not that bad, and they overlap quite a bit with reasonable diligence on source of funds, which the immigration people have to do. It's not exactly the same as the source of funds analysis, but it's close enough that it doesn't really materially impede what people need to be doing. The SEC has said that the determination of what are reasonable steps is what they call an objective determination. They say it's objective, but they don't tell you exactly what you objectively need to do. Instead, they tell you factors that you need to consider. And those factors are the nature of the purchaser, the type of accredited investor that the purchaser claims to be. So some people are accredited based on income, some are accredited based on assets, some are, it's not really relevant to EB5, but there are entities that can be accredited based upon the type of entity that they are or how much they have in assets. All of those things can be taken into account. And then the nature of the offering, the manner in which the purchaser was solicited, and then the terms of the offering. So as an example, if the offering had a $2 million minimum, and some offerings do, then pretty good shot that the investor's accredited, right? If they got $2 million to invest, unless they're really deeply in debt, they probably have $1 million in net worth. So the reasonable steps for that type of offering wouldn't be as robust as if you were, say, raising $5,000 from a whole bunch of people that you recruited from cold calling them from a boiler room. So the SEC will allow you to take those kinds of things into account in your objective determination. Now, I mean, to me, do we have a question?
What does general solicitation do? Does that mean possibly putting on television, putting theaters? And if so, how do you credit your investors if it's marketed journalism?
Okay, great. The question there was, what does general solicitation mean? And then if you're doing general solicitation, how do you determine whether they're accredited? So we're talking right now about how to determine. We just talked about the general factors that are used, and I'm about to talk about some specific safe harbors that the SEC has said, if you do these things, we will consider that a reasonable steps to verify. As to what is general solicitation is a broad term. It is any type of reaching out to the public that's not targeted to particular individuals that you have a reason to know would be interested in investing. So general solicitation includes television advertisements, print advertisements, websites that are open to the general public, which were routinely used by many regional centers. They would have projects and say, here's a great project, you should invest. That is clearly general solicitation. Social media, if you're going to want to post on Facebook, if you're going to want to tweet about your project, that's general solicitation. Cold calling, any of these types of techniques of reaching out to a broad group when you don't have a reason to believe that they would have an interest in investing. Oh, I'm sorry, another one is a seminar that's open to the general public. So that's another one that's very relevant to EB5. If you invite the general public to a seminar and you stand up here and say, let me tell you about this great offering that you can get into, the SEC says that's general solicitation. All those things are now allowed as of September of this year, so long as you do the verification that all of your investors are in fact accredited. And I'm about to answer your how do you do the verification question, Dwight. So the SEC, recognizing that their so-called objective tests are not particularly helpful, and not particular. By the way, objective means that if they decide you didn't get it right, you are guilty of a violation of the law. So if you want to know what that means. But the real objective tests actually are in their safe harbors. And they've said, so there's a couple ways to do it under the safe harbors. If you have an income test accredited investor, we don't have this slide up there. You're working on it? Okay. So one accredited investor test is someone having sufficient income. That's $200,000 a year for an individual or $300,000 a year for a married couple. If you have someone that claims to be accredited on the basis of the income test, then a safe harbor verification method is to get 2 years of tax returns, their past 2 years of tax returns, and a statement from them saying that this year I intend to earn at least that much. If you have someone that's accredited based on the net worth test, the net worth test is $1 million in net worth, excluding any positive equity in your primary residence. By the way, that's relatively new. That was new in the Dodd-Frank Act. For most of the time that the accredited investor definition existed, home equity was included. But as of the last 3 or 4 years, home equity has been excluded. By the way, if you're underwater on your house, not so many people are underwater anymore, but if you still are underwater on your house, then the amount you're underwater comes off your net worth. But the amount that you have positive equity is not included in net worth. So if you have if you claim $1 million in net worth, then the verification methods for that are actual asset statements for whatever assets that you claim to have: bank statements, brokerage statements, tax assessments, anything you have that demonstrates the value of the assets that you claim to have. And then on the liability side, because it's net worth, it's your assets minus your liabilities, checking a credit report and then getting a representation from the person that all of my liabilities are shown on this credit report, or if something isn't, I'll tell you whatever isn't shown on the credit report. All these different methods have to be dated within the prior 3 months to be a verification method. In many areas, this is kind of sensitive information. I mean, I know I don't really typically go around handing my tax returns to people. So this can be a little bit probing for issuers to ask for this kind of information. So there's another safe harbor verification method that I'm seeing being more popular than doing it directly, and that's to hire a service that can do it for you. And the SEC recognizes this, and they say that if the person, instead of doing this yourself, you can hire a registered broker-dealer, an investment advisor, a licensed attorney, or a CPA to give you a statement saying that they have verified the accredited status, and the issuer can then rely on that statement. So in that manner, the investors are providing this sensitive personal information, to a trusted fiduciary, and they're not having to provide it directly to the issuer. There are a number of companies offering this service. You can Google search this, and the market hasn't really settled on a price for this, but it's pretty low. I mean, we're talking in the low hundreds of dollars per investor, or less than that. And that seems to be the more popular way of doing it. I don't think we have enough experience with this in EB5 for me to, at least I don't, for me to tell you how people are doing it in EB5 and how they're merging it in with source of funds. I'm sure standards are going to develop as time goes on. Again, this is brand new. It's been almost exactly a month that this has been allowed. Yeah.
So basically, you can market the solicitation to the general public before you accept the funds.
That's correct. That's correct. So the statement was you can market to the general public, but before you actually take the funds, you have to verify that the person is accredited. And that's an exactly correct statement. Thanks, Dwight. So another thing that snuck in when the SEC adopted these general solicitation rules is a prohibition on bad actors, or often called bad boys. Hence, for those of you who can see the slide, you'll see a picture from the great show Cops, which I don't know if it's still on the air. You haven't been allowed, ever since Regulation D has been around, people that have certain types of bad actor disqualifications have not been able to participate in offerings under what's called Rule 505. Nobody uses Rule 505, so that rule has had no teeth. Everybody uses Rule 506, and as part of the Dodd-Frank Act that I mentioned before, the SEC said, Congress said that the SEC has to adopt rules prohibiting bad actors from engaging in Rule 506 offerings. Now, what's important to realize about this is that these new rules about bad actors apply to all 506 offerings, not just those that are generally solicited. The accredited investor verification only applies if you're doing general solicitation. If you're doing a typical private offering like people have done for the last 50 years, and you're not generally soliciting, you're going out to people you know or friends of friends, then you don't have to do the verification. But with the bad actor piece of this, that is for all 506 offerings. And so the subject people that can't be bad actors include directors and certain officers of your issuer, general partners, managing members, people essentially controlling the investment, any 20% beneficial owners of the issuer, promoters, investment managers, principals of pooled investment vehicles, and any people compensated for soliciting investors. So this is a big one. If you've got bad actors in your marketing agent pool, you're disqualified from using Regulation D. So question, do you even know who's in your marketing agent pool? Many people don't. They hire a marketing consultant that goes and recruits these folks. So there could be somebody there with a violation that could disqualify your entire offering if they're involved. So the practice now, ever since these rules became effective in September, is that we need to give all of our clients questionnaires, and they need to give it to all of their people that are in any of these boxes, making sure they don't have these bad actor disqualifications. And if you find any, those people really have to get out of their position, or else you effectively cannot market the offering. So the kinds of bad actor prohibitions that there are certain criminal convictions, court injunctions or restraining orders, final orders from state regulators, SEC disciplinary orders, SEC cease and desist orders, or getting a suspension or expulsion from FINRA or another self-regulatory organization. Somewhat earlier this morning, I forgot who it was, commented that when they do background checks on these EB5 deals, they routinely find people with these kinds of things in their background. Now, that would have been a bad thing even before this rule change, because there's a reason you do these background checks, right? I mean, people that have done that kind of thing before are more likely to do that kind of thing again than someone who's never done that kind of thing before. But at this point, the stakes are raised because the entire exemption can be lost if you've got one of these folks involved. There are also some proposed rules associated with these changes. For the filing called the Form D. The Form D is required for all Regulation D investments. As of today, it must be filed within 15 days after your first closing. And by the way, if you miss the 15 days, there's no real penalty for it. Theoretically, the SEC could bring some kind of action, but they virtually never do. And the Form D doesn't have a lot of information in it today. There's a proposed rule to require a lot more information in Form D associated with general solicitation. So one of the proposed rules is that the Form D will be required 15 days in advance of your first general solicitation. So today, 15 days after you first take a check, under these proposed rules that haven't been adopted, it would be 15 days before you first post it on your website or first invite people to a seminar. So that's going to be a big change that people are going to have to get used to if it ends up being adopted. There's also a proposal for Form D to have greatly expanded information about the issuer, the offered securities, the types of investors in the offering, the use of proceeds, very important, the type of general solicitation used. So you'll need to tell the SEC what you plan to do. And I'm looking forward to seeing, this won't really be applicable in EB5 because I don't think people do a lot of cold calling in EB5, at least I haven't heard about it. But that's actually going to be legal. Cold calling is going to be legal. It'll be very interesting to see the Form Ds where you tell the SEC that, I intend to cold call, 30,000 people on a list. And they're going to get that 15 days in advance. The reason they're getting that 15 days in advance is so that they can step in and do something about this before you embark on that 30,000 person calling program. And then you're also going to need to disclose what method that you're going to use to verify accredited investors. And I say you are going to need to. These are, again, proposed rules. They haven't been adopted yet. There is also a requirement in the proposed rules to actually submit your offering materials. Those will be submitted on a confidential basis, so they won't be available to the public. But people, A, have to think to do that, and B, right now the SEC doesn't get these offering materials unless they either subpoena for them or, somebody happens to send them in because they're upset about something, so they send them in. But they don't have any routine way to get these kinds of materials. If these proposed rules go into effect, these will need to routinely be submitted to the SEC, and they'll have everything they need right in front of them. For instance, we know that they are very sensitive about disclosure of commissions that are paid. So if you're going to be submitting your offering materials in advance and you're not going to disclose the commissions that are being paid, it will take someone at the SEC, about 4 seconds to figure out that this is on their target list. So that's a big deal if it gets adopted. There are a lot of people that are upset about that requirement, so we'll see if that one ends up being included. Stay tuned for future presentations on new Form D. These rules, you might have heard if you've been following this subject, there's some limited relief under these. This all comes under the Jobs Act that was passed last year. There's some limited relief from broker-dealer rules for operating a portal that offers investments. But I think for EB5, unfortunately, this limited relief is not going to be very helpful. The limited relief does not apply if you're charging commissions. And in most EB5 programs, there are commissions that are being charged or compensation that's not going to be permitted under this limited relief. So generally speaking, the warnings that everybody gives about broker-dealer are not relieved in any way by the Jobs Act. I think Yvonne is going to talk about the FINRA letter that came out, so I'm going to defer to her on that. And I think this is probably a good point to transition to you, Yvonne, before I talk about, I have a last part of this presentation that we'll get to if time allows about what to do if the government shows up. We've had 2 regional centers where the FBI did show up to shut them down, and so we thought it would be helpful to provide some guidelines for people if the government does show up. We know that they have subpoenas out to a number of people in the industry, so it's not unreasonable to think that you may find FBI agents at your door if you've been in this industry. But with that, I will turn the podium over to Yvonne to talk about some of the broker-dealer issues.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Michael, for inviting me. And my name is Yvonne. I'm owner and the CEO of QS Investment, which is a FINRA, SEC, MSRB, and SIPC registered broker-dealer in the U.S. So I started my own broker-dealer 4 years ago. And there's a lot of different types of broker-dealer. I'm not sure, are you guys aware of the name broker-dealer? It doesn't mean we're all the same. We have a list of products that we can do. Some of the broker-dealer, they will only allow to do a certain amount of investment products, and some only allow private placement. So when you talk to a broker-dealer, make sure that they have registrations approved to do private placement, which is the EB5, private equity funds. And also, we are also the investment advisor as well. And I personally have about 11 security licenses, and my background is more of international compliance. Because I used to work before I started broker-dealer, I used to work for Merrill Lynch as their international regional sales manager. So I do a lot of U.S. security products, but sell to offshore. So that is actually a lot of regulations in between different countries. I think people may not be aware of here in the U.S. So I personally have not, my firm has not been involved in any EB5 project yet. Because when I review the EB5 projects, I do see a lot of security violation. So I don't want to take on the liabilities. But I do see the trend of people wanted to do the right thing. So that's why I'm here to wanted to talk to you guys about what to watch out and what is the liability. So I wanted to start the first slide. So okay. The first slide, actually, I explain about the bullets. Okay, where are the bullets coming from? So I'm sorry. There are a lot of bullets coming from different areas, like SEC, I list out FINRA, USCIS, and investors. So among the time frame of the regional centers, you will find a lot of investigations, complaints, lawsuits, and involving those parties. So, okay, so I forgot I have to turn it to that. Okay. And then throughout the process, I wanted to lay out where are the bullets usually coming from. And as you can see, beginning of the process, when you're planning in private equity, which is EB5 regional centers, usually you may not encounter a lot of bullets. But during the process, after you sell to different investors, then here it comes, SEC and maybe FINRA or USCIS will come to investigate you, okay? But I would say most of the bullets are coming from at the end when the people get a permanent green cards. If they successfully get a permanent green cards, which is exactly what they wanted from the investment, then they can turn around and sue the regional centers. So that is the most important time that you guys have to watch out. I see if it's one investor suing the regional centers, then it's mandatory arbitration. I'm also a FINRA arbitrator. So if one investor, they sue a BD or sue a regional center, is mandatory arbitrations. That means you don't have to go to the court because it's wasting time and money. But if it's more than one, then it creates a class action lawsuit. I think the lawyer can tell you more about that. So class action lawsuit will involve a court, going to the U.S. court and have a trial. So I would see mostly from till the end, as I've seen a lot of cases that happen when investor, they lose money. Then they sue broker-dealer. I mean, they just sue for no matter whatever reason. But then if they make money, they will shut up. So especially when you get the green cards, then they will start coming, okay? But one thing is that it's very easy for them to file a complaint. Because if you guarantee money back, if you have anything in writing, and also if you don't have anything in writing, but your selling agent, whoever that you pay commission to, if that person writes something in Chinese, or in email in Chinese, or in English, then the investor can actually file a complaint to SEC. And so we'll have to watch out when the situations happening. Okay. There are situations to avoid. If you use funds for personal use, okay, fraudulent activities, and spend on area different than the business plan, that people may not get green cards because you're not following your business plan. And second, the commission paid to non-security licensed professional. In the U.S. regulations, to sell private equity fund, not public, but private. Actually, I would say both private and public, that you have to go through a security licensed broker, dealer, or professional. So if you're paying somebody overseas or paying somebody, they don't have a security license, then the regional center, if you don't involve a broker-dealer, then the regional center will be liable. And if you involve a broker-dealer, then it's actually better because the broker-dealer will be liable. So you have a bodyguards, to take the bullets for you. Okay, let me run through the rest of it. Excessive fees and commission. What is excessive? I mean, people can't define what is excessive fee and commission. For us, as an industry guideline, for private equity funds, 5 to 10% is pretty commonly I've seen. But over 10%, that you have to justify why you're charging over 10%. And commission and fees are different. So commission, that means you're on a success basis, and also you take a percentage of the fundraise. But fees, you can pay finder's fee, referral fee, and it's not based on success basis, it's per head count. So you refer 50 clients and only 10 clients that successfully buy into the fund. You have to pay 50 finder's fee, okay? And so for non-licensed for non-licensed people, you can take finder's fee. But for licensed people, you can take commission and finder's fee, both. But what is excessive finder's fee? Okay, so we can define here excessive finder's fee. That means how much can a non-licensed professional take on as a finder's fee? I actually attend FINRA, which is NASD and NYSD combined in 2008. So FINRA has a certificate program that we have 80 people, 1/3 from FINRA, 1/3 from security attorney, and then the rest are broker-dealer. We had a discussion about excessive finder's fee. They actually say there's no fine guidelines, but if anything less than $1,000 should be okay. But if anything over that, you have to justify. Okay, so this is pretty much the message that I got from the discussion. Okay, and legal and compliance. Okay, in violating private equity registration exemption, I think the lawyer already talked to a lot of them, and suitability issues. I think suitability issue people overlook about suitability. And a lot of regional centers, they just give a questionnaire to the investor and say, hey, check out your net worth, check out your profile, check out your other information, then boom, I have the suitability information. But to us, it's not that easy. To us, you have to know your client. How deep you have to know your client? Is actually they will ask you for SEC investigation, they will ask you questions like, this client is a secretary. How come she's making $200,000 a year? Why? You have to answer it at the spot. You have to know the client really well. And for example, the client, she inherited, a large estate from her husband, and that's why she has some capital gain or income from the investment. So you have to explain something like that. But if they find out, you are lying, the husband is still here, and you're lying that the client is actually getting money somewhere, then you will be liable for that. Because you are buying into an investment that is not suitable for the investor. So at the end, if the investor come back, let's say at the end of the 5 years period, and after they get a green card, they come back and say, I told you, I lend money from people. I buy into the investment. It's not my money. I lend it from somebody. I don't have money. Okay? Then if that's the case, that person can sue you. Because they have a conversation with you, and they put down information that is contradict with her current situation. So you have to make sure each customer profile is perfect. You have to know the person inside out. So when I was a supervisor, I asked my rep to document things like, how many family members, what is their name. You have to know to the person level, even, when did he take vacation, and you document all of those. It's not because of, we like to document. It's when there's investigations come along, then they want to know how well you know those customers. I even know their dog's name, or their daughter's name. I even know them really well. They do da-da-da. If you say a lot of things about the customer, then it would be very likely you can avoid a lawsuit. I had situations like that myself. When the client loses money, they sue you. It's not suitable. But I said, no, customer, I know you too well. I tell the investigator the whole thing. And then I actually avoided the lawsuit.
Where are the guidelines that those of us in the securities are going to have to follow of retaining that kind of data? Because most of the time you're dealing with transactions today, next week, next month, not 5 years ago. What are you recommending to us and to the clients as to retention of records?
Retention of records, I think most of the financial advisors, if you belong to a broker-dealer, that they will give you guidelines on how you documented your conversations with the customer. Usually, if it's in the old way, we have a paper folder on each client. So you documented the log. When did I talk to the client? And then what did I say? So you document everything. Yeah, I did that to all my clients. So it's not an easy process. It's not easy to get around with the security industry. If a broker-dealer come into place, then I would say, yeah, it is a lot better for your situations during investigation. Okay. And not enough due diligence. Okay. So broker-dealer has to hire a third party to do due diligence and misrepresent as government-endorsed projects and guarantee a certain return. So those things, if you have it in writing, then they can come back and sue you. But now I don't think you will see investor come back to sue you because they want green cards. So you can avoid the situations from investor now, but not later. Okay. So what is a broker-dealer? I want to give people a visual understanding. A broker-dealer is like a bodyguard. Okay. We take bullets for you. And so if you hire a broker-dealer, at least a lot of the issues that you're not liable, because the broker-dealer is supposed to have knowledge to sell your products. So if the broker-dealer is not selling it the correct way, the first party gets sued is the broker-dealer, not a regional center. Okay, so we will take all the bullets for you. But if situation like you misrepresent or you give misleading information to a broker-dealer, and that's why broker-dealer rely on their information and sell for you. Let's say the construction, you have an agreement with the hotel, but you lie to the broker-dealer that, yeah, I have agreement, let me show it to you. But later on, the agreement actually terminated. But you don't communicate to the broker-dealer on time, so that's why they keep using the wrong information to sell. Then the broker-dealer said, I don't want to take bullets for you anymore. Okay. So like those situations that, yes, the regional center would be liable. Mm-hmm.
So the regional center operator tells the broker that they're working with a reputable developer, outstanding, successful, and he's actually got bankruptcies, liens, business failures. He doesn't divulge that to the broker, then the regional center is actually
Actually, I would say broker-dealer is the liable person because we haven't done enough due diligence on the regional center's owner, directors. We're supposed to know they have bankruptcy report. We're supposed to know their credit reports. This is credit reports on each director, officer is our responsibility to get their credit reports. And so is a broker-dealer responsibility.
But if they're working with a developer, it's not the regional center's responsibility. No. Project that they're working, say they're working on a business, and that developer has failure.
Okay, that means the business partner that they do business with, and then we also have to do due diligence on those business partners. Okay, so.
Amplify that. I just wanted to speak. That's a great question, Dwight. The question was if a regional center is working with a developer. And the information concerns the developer's business, what responsibility does a regional center have for that, right?
We've heard comments that this is a great developer, successful. In our home center, we find bankruptcy failures past. So we see instant conflict. Who is going to be responsible for it?
Right. So absolutely, broker-dealers, as Yvonne is pointing out, they have their own responsibilities and are frequently sued over issues like this. But the issuer of the securities, and I'm going to talk about who is the issuer, the issuer of the securities is responsible for all omissions or misstatements of material fact in the offering materials. So if it's considered to be a material fact, that the developer went bankrupt on the developer's last project. And by the way, I would say that's pretty material to me. I would want to know that. The test of materiality is would a reasonable investor want to know it. So I'm not going to say absolutely that it is. I mean, if it was 20 years ago, maybe it's not material. If it was the last project, I would look at that a little bit differently. If there's a omission of that material fact, whoever is the issuer of the securities, that is whoever is selling the securities, well, typically in EB5, that's the new commercial enterprise, right? The NCE, that's the fund that's taking in the EB5 money, is the actual issuer. They're issuing limited partnership interests or LLC interests. Now, that's typically a shell company. So, well, who do you go after there? Well, you'd go after the manager or the general partner. That may be the regional center. That may be the sponsor. There's different models. Now, the other one could potentially be liable under a theory that we call aiding and abetting, which is something that people have to be concerned about. And aiding and abetting gets a little bit confusing, and I can only scratch the surface here. The Supreme Court has said that there generally is no private liability for aiding and abetting, so these plaintiffs' attorneys in San Diego that I'm talking about, they normally can't sue for aiding and abetting. However, the SEC can sue for aiding and abetting. So the SEC as a regulatory agency could basically say, so let's imagine that we've got our new commercial enterprise is a fund, and let's say that the regional center is the general partner of that fund. And there's a misstatement or omission in the fund documents. So the NCE is going to be liable. Almost certainly the regional center will be liable as the general partner for controlling the offering as a control person. The project may be responsible if they can be held liable for aiding and abetting. So in a way that can happen is if the only source of information that the regional center has comes from the sponsor, like if there's no way the sponsor could know anything about this piece of dirt other than what the project sponsor told them, then you're really sort of set up for an aiding and abetting if you didn't tell the whole story about the piece of dirt. So it's a bit of a complicated answer, but I wanted to grab the microphone just to let everyone know there are no free passes here for anybody in the EB5 program. And I think that's my main takeaway. The securities laws are serious. There's a lot of money at stake here, and nobody gets a free pass. Everybody is potentially responsible, some more than others.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Yes, so let me move on to the next slide. Okay. Not hiring a broker-dealer or broker-dealer and the regional center share this common ownership, then you are actually taking your own bullets. But I will be surprised, or we will be surprised to see, recently I have a broker-dealer conference, and then I see a few Chinese faces, so I kind of go over and talk to them. And they said, oh, I'm starting a broker-dealer for a regional center. I said, okay. So because regional center has money and wanted to start a broker-dealer to protect the regional center. But I asked, who is the owner of the broker-dealer? They said, it's the regional center. I said, yeah, then you are actually be liable as well. So you don't get the bodyguard. I'm sorry, you create a whole company without actually taking advantage of the bodyguard. And you can hire principal to start a broker-dealer for you, but they are taking salary. Why do they take on so much liabilities for you if they know you're not doing the right thing? So whenever there is investigation, you will see a lot of resignation letter from the principal. I will be the first person to run. But yeah, you have to be careful that it's not a smart idea to have a common ownership. Okay. And there actually wanted to talk about, I have a thing about 3 raw issues, in my opinion, of the EB5 project. The first one is Chinese immigrant agents are not capable to sell U.S. security product. How can they fulfill the fiduciary duties regulated in the U.S. for investors, especially they're not financial professional in their own country? How do they know about the investment products? I don't know how can they sell. I have no idea how can they sell and get commission. I mean, this is a missing link for me. So I'm skeptical. I don't want it to step into the world. Okay, loosely regulate under Reg D and Reg S. Okay, the reason this is loosely regulate is because not many issues arise before, so they don't have example to create the regulations. So I would say this is EB5, a very different products which combine the U.S. immigration to the investment. So it's a very unique product. And I would say you have to also get overseas BD approval if you wanted to have commission received overseas. But otherwise, you're not entitled to commission. There are a few U.S. broker-dealer. I wanted to say, some people ask me, oh, I can send my whole crew from U.S. to China and sell my product. I don't have to pay commission to the Chinese agent. Then wow, I think, have you know about the regulations overseas? Do you know their local regulations? If you do seminar in Taiwan and China soliciting private equity funds for U.S., I think they will put you into jail. For my previous experience, I have to make sure my financial advisor at Merrill Lynch will come back safely because people will get into trouble. So I usually tell them, if you want to bring marketing material, don't bring it with you to the flight. And then I would FedEx it over to your hotel. This is, as a supervisor, I would tell them. And also, don't do seminar. You can do seminar, but only limited to introduce your company. That's fine. In Ohio, Merrill Lynch, I introduced Merrill Lynch. But are you selling products? You can't. You cannot. Okay. And also, when you talk to clients, client has to solicit you. You cannot solicit client overseas. Why? Because you are taking business away from the local financial industry. Would the government be happy that you take business away from them? You take billions of assets away from them? Would they be happy? Yeah. So this is actually the logistic of you thinking about why you cannot do this. So I tell people, don't even set up appointments in a restaurant, in a public place. People can overheard you, and people can arrest you. And so I tell them, you have to talk to a client at their house or privately. Don't even let other people to hear your conversation. So I want to make sure my FA are safe. Okay, so there are a few broker-dealers in the U.S. that disseminar in Taiwan or China, and ended up, they come back okay because they have a U.S. passport, but they are being blacklisted. They won't be able to go back again to their own country. Okay, and second, foreign broker-dealers are not involved in the selling process. So with the U.S. immigration opportunity, this new product, I mean, it shocked everybody because people doesn't have a similar product to offer in China or in Asia or in different foreign country. Then they said, oh, wow, this is a special due diligence process that I have to do, and I don't even want to get involved because this product seems like an immigration product, but it's a security product. So I recently talked to a few China broker-dealer. I do have connections with the financial institution there. And actually, they start showing interest to get involved. So I think if we can actually have cooperation between the two countries, that will actually be a safe, we have created more comfort zone for investor. Okay. So, similar to U.S. accepting the product, they have also, for China, their broker-dealer have a long due diligence list. I would say even longer than us. So they have to make sure they're selling the right thing because otherwise, the investor will sue them. Okay, not us. They will sue them because, hey, they're over in China. So they will apply the Chinese regulation. Okay. So the third thing is U.S. broker-dealer are not involved in the process. For U.S. broker-dealer, we have to be very careful in our role as a broker-dealer. If you hire a broker-dealer, if you put our name on the PPM, on the private placement memorandum, that means we will monitor the wholesaling process. So that means if issuer, regional center, they sell the products and not in the right way, the broker-dealer will be liable too. So that's why a lot of broker-dealer, they don't want to be involved. But if broker-dealer, they put their name there, and if they only do advisory work or due diligence work, people will still imply they are the person who sell the product. You cannot get away from it. So if for a broker-dealer, I will advise broker-dealer, if you only in the advisory capacity, not involving in the selling process, you better not use a broker-dealer name to get involved. Because people know your license. People will sue you no matter what, because your name is on the PPM. Okay. And then I would say U.S. government needs to be carefully regulated this new type of product, because it involves U.S. immigration. And they should force broker-dealer to be involved during the EB-5 application process. And also it looks pretty bad on U.S. government, because they created this kind of product, but then ended up a lot of issues happening. If possible, U.S. should connect it with the foreign broker-dealers as well. That way the project will be heavily regulated in both countries to protect not just the investor, but the future green card immigrants. Okay. So their investor alert, I wanted to briefly go over that. It's just regional center by USCIS. It does not mean that USCIS and SEC or any government agency has approved the investment offer. Okay. So you cannot say approve, you cannot say endorse, you cannot say those kind of words when you do marketing. Okay. There's FINRA reason in interpretative letter for EB-5 investment. So pretty much it kind of take out our broker-dealer due diligence list, because we have a long due diligence list to do private equity. So it kind of take out a portion of it and just say you have to investigate the issuer and its management, business prospect of the issuer, the asset held by to be acquired by the issuer, and the claim being made, and the intent of use of proceeds of the offering. So it's kind of only a small part of what we need to do. But if you take a look at our I actually have it here at the last few pages. You take a look at our due diligence checklist. You will know a broker-dealer actually have to do a lot of work. Okay. So suitability issue, I just mentioned about it, not just the list. You have to know your client. Okay. And, okay, you have to create a customer investment profile. That means I said I have to document everything. Okay. Consistent with the requirement. Okay. And,
Can I ask a question on that? I've heard from people I know in the broker-dealer industry that they considered that letter good news, that was enabling of their ability to get into this industry.
I would say this letter only part of what we have to do. So for broker-dealer, if they're not used to do private placement, then I'm not sure if those broker-dealer can be involved. I don't think so. But if those broker-dealer who already involved in private placement, then they should know this is only part of what they should do. So I have already routinely doing stuff like that.
Yeah, what I had heard people say, you don't have to repeat, I'll come to the microphone. What I had heard some people say is that there were a number of broker-dealers that were concerned that they couldn't get into this industry because they could never get over the suitability hurdle for these investments. So the typical investment profile is the investor is guaranteed to lose at least a little bit of money because their admin fee is usually typical than the entire return that they're going to get on the investment. So broker-dealers were worried, well, how could this ever be suitable for anybody unless I'm able to take into account the fact that they're really after a visa. And this letter, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, clarified that you can take into account getting the visa on your suitability analysis. In other words, a broker-dealer can say, this is a suitable investment, even though it will produce a net loss on the investment as long as you get your visa. But then the trade-off is you have to do due diligence on the visa process itself, in addition to the traditional investment due diligence. Do you agree with that?
Yes, John. Actually, yeah, I agree with you that that the letter, that means you have to put getting a green card as part of the customer profile, because this is what client needs. But then this is in addition to what we have already been doing. That means you have to make sure it is suitable. It cannot be someone lend money from somebody else and I want to get green card. Green card is my only requirement, but you cannot say this client is suitable. just because they want green card. They can get whatever money from somewhere else. No, it's not suitable for the client. So for this situation, I would say just one more item, I agree with you, John, that one more item that we have to consider is the green card process. But the green card process, we also have to rely on immigration attorney, because we are not in a position to tell if it's going to be successfully getting green cards. So this is actually one thing we would do due diligence on, but we're not in a process to control. So I also actually lay out some of the EB5 regional centers that they have issues and then being investigated. Most of them are actually having funds that for personal use, misappropriating the investment funds, false statement misrepresent, the improper disclosure in the PPM. None of the investment fund were placed in the escrow according to PPM. People actually take money and put it in their pockets. That is the scary part. Divert the fund to other use described in the offering material. Before it receives its destinations, they already start soliciting the investors, and also use new investor fund like Ponzi scheme. Okay, there's a lot of situations very similar in different EB5 regional centers. So now joint efforts between SEC and USCIS. So they freeze the asset, they freeze the related entity, they freeze the affiliate, so they freeze their personal asset, and sometimes will put people into jail if they have fraudulent activities. Okay, so I kind of lay out the Chicago Convention Center as well. Very similar situations, but then they also have Chinese agent involvement. Okay, this is, SEC has a concern about the Chinese agent involvement in the situation. So I don't know how they are going to, penalize, but then I think this is not acceptable to pay commission. And then this is also inflated land value, development cost, revenue projections, and job reports. Okay, so they step to research any security product, like requesting a PPM in writing, ask if selling agent a license, seek third-party verification, guarantee investment return with no investment return. This is something that red flag. Okay, so if someone promising you guarantee investment return with no investment, this is a red flag. Promising high investment return or not meeting the regulations exemption, unlicensed seller, owns related company in the project. Okay, so at the end, I have about 3 pages that for broker-dealer due diligence checklist, and each one is a lot of questions, not just one question for each bullet points. There's a lot of questions that we have to research the issuer and management. Okay, there's a whole bunch of questions that you have to do. And then I have to go through B, which is the issuer business prospect. You have to do due diligence on all those issuer assets. Okay, so that's it for my presentation. And is there any questions?
Will we have access to your card?
Okay. Yes. So any other questions? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
I just wanted to mention quickly, because we're running out of time. Thank you, Yvonne. That was terrific. Interesting fact about the Texas, the USA Now Regional Center was, it was reported in the press that the FBI had executed a search warrant on them in July, and then if you read the SEC complaint, they were still out there raising funds after that happened. It's just remarkable. It's where this industry is now. If we have actually, I don't think that's where this industry is now. That's actually an inaccurate statement. It's where this industry was. It's already rapidly evolving to respectability, which is why people on the panel that you saw today are getting involved in this. We're all betting that this is going to be a high-quality, respectable industry that's going to deliver foreign nationals what they want. It's going to deliver people in the U.S. What they want. And that would really be my main takeaway that I would, ask you to consider here. There's a risk as securities lawyers that we sound all gloom and doom when we stand up here, like, oh my God, it's so awful and all this. It's really not. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and we get people money. I mean, people raise money all the time. while there's a burden associated with complying with these laws, there's no reason that people can't comply with them. And if any lawyer is sort of scaring you into believing that you can't comply with these laws, then I'd encourage you to talk to another lawyer. It shouldn't show up that way. That said, it's not going to be free. And you have to ask, any lawyer that you talk to, how much are you going to do? And this is an area where taking the lowest quote is maybe not in your long-term best interest, because people can do less and people can do more. And we're talking about personal liability on many millions of dollars, maybe tens of millions of dollars, maybe over $100 million in other areas of the world. That's a place where people will spend some money on lawyers to protect them, and they won't necessarily seek out the lowest bid for that kind of work. So I would just have people sort of think about that. How much protection do you want from these kinds of liabilities, and think about what types of professionals are experienced in providing that kind of protection. And that applies to lawyers, and it also applies to investing in the kinds of due diligence services that we've heard about all day today. I had one more piece on my presentation, which I mentioned earlier, which was how to handle if the government shows up. I think we will defer most of the meat on that to another day. For those of you who are in the room, I have a very handy card up here put together by our white-collar group that you can paste on a bulletin board somewhere, like a CPR thing. You hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, you want to have your defibrillator there. You can put that card up on a bulletin board to remind you of what to do if this happens. I also have the slides, which I think will be available that people can look at, and then another day we can cover that. But if you do ever have agents knock at your door, and it may well happen to some people in this audience if we're dealing with EB5 project sponsors or regional centers, just realize that that's not something that you just want to handle using your common sense. There's right ways to deal with that, and you want to make sure you do it right. Thank you very much.
John and Yvonne, I'd like to thank you both very much for your very insightful, excellent comments, a lot of information. As I said, this is probably the one panel I was most looking forward to. Couples interesting stories about USA Now. Well, in addition, the FBI did the investigation, and then they were still able to raise a few $1 million. The funny thing, we did a full report on the Chicago Convention Center in 2011, and we recognized they had no loan from the Development Authority of Qatar, that the hotel contracts had expired and been rescinded a long time ago. There was no other external sources of funding. The revenue the revenue projections were completely out of sync. All of the metrics that we look at, and we put this out in 2011. Despite that, over almost a 2-year process, they were able to raise $150 million in China on this project that, as far as we could tell, had no facts that were truthful at all. So I think that, as John and Yvonne both mentioned, the industry has changed. I think people are now looking at these projects much more skeptically. One other point I want to bring up about the comments that both John and Yvonne made. We understand the dilemma for the regional center. At the end of this year, there's going to be nearly 500 designated regional centers. So if I were to get a designation letter from USCIS, my next question would be, how do I raise the capital? I have 3 projects ready to go. We understand it's very difficult, and they need assistance. The county of Riverside, how do they get all of their regional centers? Well, if you type in Google EB5 visa or EB5, you're going to find 100, 200, 1,000 pages. Clearly, half of those are set up for these companies who are acting as consultants. What they really are finders. They're unregistered finders. And in our conversations, when we look at the offering documents, we ask the issuer, who's your marketing representative? And they'll mention one of these names. And we said, well, do you realize that this is a U.S. firm representing your project overseas, None of them are registered. This looks to me as registered activity. They're marketing, they're soliciting, they're collecting the investor information, they've designed the websites, they're doing the seminars. It's not, they've gone clearly beyond the finder role. They are actively marketing and soliciting for this project. Acting as a function as a broker-dealer, plus an investment advisor, none of them are registered. And the regional center will tell us, oh, it's not a problem. We pay them in Hong Kong. And I'm thinking to myself, you have to be kidding. Not only are you paying you're paying U.S. persons to conduct what should be registered activity, but now you're potentially violating money laundering rules. And we've all met with the SEC and other government agencies. I have to tell you, these investigators are among some of the brightest people in the country. And so simply wiring funds to Hong Kong accounts, whether they're unregistered finders or immigration attorneys, for me, talk about a red flag. That to me that's a red flag for the FBI. You're a regional center and you're wiring funds to offshore accounts for the purpose of raising capital for U.S. securities. John had a good slide in his first slide, the comic about the duck who was sitting in the witness stand. And he said, the prosecutor is looking at him, and he says, "Sir, we understand it's been reported that you quack like a duck and you walk like a duck. Are you a duck?" And for me, this is the question that the regional center should be asking, because a lot of these unregistered finders, they take the activity of broker-dealers, registered investment advisors, and yet they're trying to circumvent that by doing the activity offshore and getting payments. And I would, first of all, ask, what is it, the activity that they're doing? But then secondly, who are they behind? Because we know a number of them are convicted felons. They have been barred from working with securities issues by the SEC or FINRA or state. And we tell the regional center this. Are you realize that the marketing agent they have been barred or sanctioned by FINRA and the SEC, and they have no idea. So again, due diligence, because as both Yvonne and John have mentioned, the issues don't happen up front. You'll raise all the capital that you want. Some of them are very effective. They do their job very well. The problem is the activity violates U.S. securities laws, and the action comes at the end. And for the project to have raised all the capital, built the asset, and then have an investor or two or 100 complain, or, as John mentioned, there's law firms with plaintiffs' attorneys. They will look into this, and if they can make money on this, they'll sue the regional center. And it's so easy because they say they used unregistered persons in the offering. They compensated them. They can do a forensic audit to do the wire transfer information. And it's such an easy way to violate the exemption that it's a shame, because it could affect future raising as well as the current activity. So I think their points are taken to heart, and we're offering, I guess the whole point of this conference and workshop is really to give the regional centers and developers a legal path. It's not being taken right now because it's too painful. A lot of the developers don't want the oversight and burden or cost of being in compliance. But we think that the industry is changing. There are developers who want to be in compliance, and I think the individuals that we're presenting here today offer a good solution. So I'd like to, again, thank both of you very much for speaking. All right. With that, thank you. You guys can. I'd like to bring up Don Wise. Don Wise is with Turnbull Capital Group, and he's going to be discussing funding options for developers, bridge financing, and what it is that they're doing at his firm. And I'd like to thank Don very much for presenting.
Well, good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to start off by saying that we are not ducks, okay? We're probably one of the only non-duck in the room. We are bridge lenders. We only get involved after all of the other SEC and other has been done. The developer, in most cases, has a shovel-ready product, and the funds are already sitting in Bank of America or Citi or Wells or Escrow, have already been raised, and we come along at that part of the game, so to speak. My name is Dr. Donald Wise. I'm a United States Marine Corps Vietnam disabled veteran, doctor at the University of Southern California, a couple of years of hotel school at Cornell University in Ithaca. I was with C. Richard Ellis for 20 years of my career. Ran the hospitality practice for the firm's 78 domestic offices for 15 years. So the core of Turnbull Capital is very much in the hospitality industry, 29 years of investment banking and hospitality, 20 years of corporate investment banking via my partner, Brian McLeod, who's both a JD and MBA, and 14 years in the infrastructure and energy business. We were one of the first investment bankers going all the way back in 1999 that was underwriting cogeneration and solar and other types of electrical energy long before it was very fashionable. And we're relatively newbies to the EB5 world. I think January is our 2-year anniversary of Turnbull being involved in the EB5 platform. We were approached by my own personal attorney in Newport Beach. I'm in Newport Beach, California. Who's been my personal attorney for 20 years. And he and his partner had created a platform to allow developers to go ahead and borrow against those EB5 deposits, which, as I mentioned, we're sitting there in escrow or B of A or Citi or Wells Fargo. And it came up with a platform which is, I think, reasonably novel. And I'll grab my notes real quick and try to hit the high points and let you get out of here in a reasonable period of time. Basically, the core part of the bridge platform is 2 attorneys who, one of which has actually unbelievably been involved in underwriting EB5 types of activities, actually going back in 1991. As you know, the program was actually approved by the Congress in 1990. So Steve is a very long pedigree as attorney in the EB5 space. And then we have our COO is a 40-year veteran of Bank of America and other commercial lenders. So very deep understanding of risk assessment and many of the due diligence issues that have been hit in other forums by the various speakers before me today. Our platform is designed to facilitate a true bridge platform to contribute to capital to a project and not be part of the long-term capital stack. Our program lends for a year, possibly 15 to 18 months, and we're designed to be the guys that when the project is ready, the developer has costs. He's got maybe $500,000 worth of engineering. He's got $500,000 worth of working drawings to pay for. He has an environmental impact report to pay for. Perhaps he hasn't paid for all of his land yet. Perhaps he wants to execute an option for a contiguous parcel for his second or third phase. Perhaps he's shovel-ready. He's filed with the USCIS. Our legal staff has said, yes, your documentation is correct. We see no reason why your project won't be approved by USCIS. Of course, the good news. The bad news is it could be 8 months. It could be 12 months. God forbid, it could be 18 months. So he's kind of in that kind of no man's land, he or she. They have the funds sitting there in escrow or in the bank. They are ready to stick a shovel in the ground, but they don't have the funds to do that. That's what our platform is designed for. Developer, if he is shovel ready, he can actually go horizontal. We have no issue with that. He can go vertical a little bit. Just with a caveat, if he does go horizontal, he needs to remember that he's going to have the appropriate bonds and so forth in place so that when the construction loan comes along, presuming there will be a construction loan, that the mechanics liens and so forth are satisfied so he doesn't have an issue on that subject. Our pricing tends to be tied to treasuries. Based on where treasuries are today, we probably would, if we issued a term sheet today, we'd probably be at about a 7.5% figure. With points, costs, and so forth and so on, will probably be around probably about 10.5% all in. Again, we do a 12-month term. We do have a yield management, so the funds have to be out for 12 months. And we usually like to encourage the developer to have 2 3-month options, rather than a 6-month option, so that if he does get that, that phone call from the government, his project has been approved, he doesn't unnecessarily have to pay for interest. We do take the interest out of the loan, much as you would do on a construction loan sort of scenario. We take a secured interest in the actual EB5 deposits that are sitting there, and the lender who actually funds the bridge loan will require that those funds be moved to their institution, and it will be a large B of A, Wells, City type of bank. They will be FDIC insured and so forth. Additionally, we'll seek a first lien position on the real estate. On a go-forward basis, once some of the lenders are more comfortable with this platform, it's possible that they might land in a mezz position or take a mezz security position, collateral position, versus being in first position. If there was sufficient LTV, we really don't want to get into that right now because the platform is relatively new, 2 years. With some of the regrettable instances in Chicago and Texas, these lenders are already a little bit gun shy. They've already read a few things they don't really wish they hadn't read. So we try to keep it simple for them. And there will be some recourse. Developers got to have some skin in the game. Bear in mind that the source of repayment 9 times or probably 9.5 times out of 10 is going to be the EB5 investors' funds, which are sitting there in the bank. And we're only loaning 50% LTV against those funds for all the reasons, as you also heard today, that perhaps 19 to 20% of those applications will not be approved because of some, word or whisker in their pedigree, inability to demonstrate that the funds are clean for homeland security issues and concerns about terrorism and so forth and so on. We typically like to see a project as early in the process as possible because as all the due diligence discussion has indicated, the PPM is such a critical document, and we like to have our legal team, which again, one of which has been a major firm and has been with reviewing EB5 now for literally 22 years. We like to see complete transparency. We like to see the appropriate documentation in that PPM that the developer may contemplate a bridge loan. And bear in mind, in the 23 plus or minus major regional centers that we've talked to over the last year probably, we took a little hiatus last May, just FYI, because we weren't quite sure if Mr. Obama was going to sign the legislation. And I believe it was signed, September 22nd. So we actually kind of chilled our afterjet, so to speak, for a number of months last year because we didn't want to be going out and talk to anybody under fear that our commander-in-chief was not going to renew the legislation. So we've been back, pretty much pedal to the metal since end of September of 2012. But that being said, we like to see a project early because we like to review it. We like to see that there is disclosure. The developer may contemplate bridge financing. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed my point. My point was that the 23 plus or minus regional centers we've talked to, at least one of which claims that by the end of the year they're going to be the largest regional center in the country. they say that 95% of the EB5 projects are going to require some type of bridge debt, such as our platform. So, we've had a lot of pretty smart guys and gals tell us that there's an absolute need for this program. But that being said, we've got a pretty anal group of senior guys, and that's why the disclosures in the PPM, the fact that the disclosure of the funds will be moved to the lender if there is a bridge, the fact that the developer is contemplating bridge financing, having all those things spelled out in the initial document before they start, literally before they start asking for money, is very, very important. And at this point in the game, regrettably, a number of the projects that have come to us, whereas the fundamentals look good, as a hotel guy, I can usually figure a hotel transaction out relatively quickly. It can tell whether it has the appropriate demand generators to have a possibility of being a success even before I read the HVS or PKF or PricewaterhouseCoopers or other feasibility report on the hospitality and the real estate piece. We still have to, be comfortable that the legal underlying, the underpinnings of the deal are all there. I think those are really the high points. We've discussed term, we've discussed pricing. Oh, closing. We could typically close. We have as Yvonne did, we have a pretty extensive a checklist, as you would imagine and expect. But subject to a completed checklist, we use the sources and uses as far as where the funds are going, which also helps understand the capital stack better. We can generally close, probably issue a term sheet within 10 business days from a major bank. And I would say, generally speaking, we can close within 30 to 45, worst case 60 days. Sometimes it's our legal friends that draw things out a little bit and takes a little bit longer to close, but that's just a real world thing we all contend with. And I think those are really trying to keep it simple and not overburden you with information. Those are the highlights of the platform. We're very easy to vet. As I indicated, I spent 20 years of my life with C. Richard Ellis. Our firm, we did the hospitality space. We've closed 134 hospitality transactions and financings. On the non-distress side, regrettably, the numbers are wrong, but they're right. We've closed 262 transactions and financings on the distress side. So welcome to the one of the slides up there showing the success of a hospitality project in 1, 2, 3, 4 years, one of the bars were. It kind of speaks to that we've done 262 distress deals and only 134 healthy deals over the last 29 years. So with that, I think I'd like to, ask for any questions, and I'm available later this visit. I can send you anything I've just told you in a very concise format electronically, and that's it for me. Great, Michael.
Close this down here. Don, thank you very much for that. So for the attending audience and for the webinar, one point I want to make about what Don's doing, we have encountered a lot of projects which, because of the delays in adjudication of the 526, a lot of the capital is being tied up in escrow, and it looks like the projects may actually not be successful. So his solution is very attractive. And from the developer's standpoint and from ours, it's a mutually beneficial relationship insofar as we love to see traditional lenders involved in the mix. So any project that comes to us with a commitment, 60, 70, 80% commitment from a traditional bank, from a lender, to us is great news because they've done their due diligence and they're comfortable putting in their shareholders' equity, or if it's private equity, even better. And there's also that level of oversight. So what Don brings to the table with his bridge financing to get the developers through the adjudication process and into the traditional finance, while the EB-5 may be held up, is fantastic. And what we're trying to do is work not just with Don's group, but also with the Vaughn and with the other people who have all of these due diligence checklists. We have ours, they have theirs, and we're trying to consolidate that so when it comes time to present this to the lenders and to the others, the investors and the agents, we have a combined due diligence that everybody feels comfortable with. All of the major issues have been identified. And for the regional center operator, you don't want to answer the same question 4 and 5 times. So we're trying to combine that, bring everything under one roof, do the due diligence, work with the lenders, work with the investors, work with the agents, and especially the immigration attorneys who are every day being asked questions when the investors walk in the office. Where do we put our clients? So that's really been the purpose of the workshop. We hope that everybody has enjoyed the time. I appreciate everybody staying with us. We went a little bit over. Thank you very much. We hope to do more of these. Also to Dwight Cromie with Investment Report. We hope to do more of these in the future. And the County of Riverside, I'd like to thank you. And yes.
We also represent over 150 PLP lenders with SBA. We can go up to 12, 14 million bucks. So I'll leave these up there on the table, whatever. If we can be of assistance, we'd be delighted to do it. We're doing about 30 million a month right now.
Perfect. So we'll have additional information links. If there's anybody who watched the webinar who is also a service provider in the industry, please let us know. Gary? We'll have all of that. Overseasfunding.com. We'll have the presentations, EB5info and EB5news.com. You can look for the announcements. And we'll have all of this, and Dwight will prepare this presentation for streaming for later downloads if you missed any of it. With that, I'd like to thank everybody. Thank you very much.